of our agreement to be less cell phone distracted and to either turn them off or leave them there, and my intention to have a stretch break on the hour. And let's begin with a karakia to be led with Councillor Brand.
Thank you. Just in recognition of it being the start of the Chinese New Year and our sister city relationships with China, I'm just going to share a short Chinese saying. Teng Shi Boli Dili Bulo Yang He, which means you have the saying about right time, right place, but this is actually about the right people here to make the decisions.
Thanks, Councillor Brandt, and appropriate to recognise our sister city relationships. And just for the public aware, we have a convention that the welcome or karakia is rotated amongst councillors, and each have the choice for their format, and entirely appropriate with our Chinese this morning. Are there any apologies? I understand all councillors are present, and that is appreciated. Confirmation of order of business. Is that there are no changes to the agenda. I have one additional confidential item that I'll deal with this afternoon and update councillors at that time. Are there any interests that members would wish to declare on any specific items related to today's business? Councillor Pakipaki.
Not in the open session, but in the closed session, membership of these states.
I think what I'd like to do is to take interests at the beginning of that session, because otherwise it can almost defeat the purpose of it being in confidential business, but noted and appreciated.
Yes, Ned. Ms. Smith, I have an interest in relation to the Hospital Energy Centre consent. Your recommendation too? The interim chief executive is a director of Network Tasman, which could have an interest there. He's also declared his interest with Taylor's Contracting. So we'll simply note that. And then we come to item 4, which is public forum. And I'd like to especially welcome Emma Hunter with a presentation in public forum on Araha Kotahi. Very warm welcome to Council. Emma, many of us are aware of the outstanding work that you have done both at Nelson College for Girls as well as working with some of Nelson's youth at risk. And welcome your presentation this morning.
Kia ora, thank you for that lovely welcome. Ngā mihi o te ata, ko Emma Hunter Tokawangwa. It's a real pleasure to be here this morning, particularly at your first formal meeting of the year, and lovely to see some familiar faces and new faces. I have some apologies because I was meant to be supported by Ministry of Education and Oranga Tamariki this morning, but COVID has afflicted one person and meetings have afflicted another person. So apologies from them, but I do note our wonderful Steve Stiles here did jump in and offer support, because Nelson City Council has been amazing support in this initiative that I'm going to talk to you about today, and it's a real pleasure to do that. So just a little bit about myself, and Nick has already alluded to some of the mahi that I've done over the last few years with disengaged young people. I've been in education for getting close to 20 years now. Most of my work has been around vulnerable youth, and that's across primary, intermediate and secondary school. In 2015, I took some time out and completed my master's around, ironically, truancy and school refusal. And it will come as no surprise to people that when we hit crisis point with the famous pandemic, that was the thing that was the real turning point for our young people, and those people that were on the edge really fell off. And I wasn't surprised by that, and many of you wouldn't be surprised by that who sit at the heart of our community. So having already really tried with ways to engage young people in education that were already on the edge, and given the fact that I had tried and to be fair, failed. But I never see failure as a bad thing because it's always another opportunity to give things a go again. I saw an opportunity post-COVID to bring people back around the table. And Oranga Tamariki were the group that came to the table because they were really at the heart and the core of where the ambulance at the bottom of the hill stuff. And I'll just move, hopefully, yes, just move to the next slide. They funded a pilot project that they gave me the opportunity to lead in 2021. We started the work on it post pandemic when we realised that a lot of our kids weren't coming back to school. We did this in partnership with New Zealand Police, with Oranga Tamariki, with Ministry of Education, Whakatū Marae, and Nelson College for Girls with a conduit school to allow this to happen. We worked with our 10 most vulnerable rangatahi, and the criteria was very, very simple. Those at risk from being excluded and those who simply weren't attending school. So they're the kids that you're seeing on the streets that are engaging in crime, to be perfectly blunt, that are creating issues for you as a council and for our local businesses. And we really pushed the precipice with these kids. And I don't think I was very popular with teachers at the time, because what I did with the support of Ministry of Education was I took the kids out of school for a day a week. They already weren't in school, but took them out for a day because we wanted to show them what opportunities were available to them beyond the school gates, because they couldn't see the purpose in school. So we had to show them what the purpose of school was. We took them to places like Wakatu Incorporated and showed them what an actual board table looked like. Not a board table where you sat there and you're about to be excluded from school, but a board table if you were a CE. And they listened to stories of other people that had pushed through that precipice of struggling with education engagement, but then had made it in the business world. And the jaws dropped of these young people. And to be perfectly blunt, some of them said, we didn't know Māori could be rich. These were the gasps of young people that sat in front of them. It brought tears to the eyes of business people across Nelson. We took the young people to restaurants so they could learn to eat, not just at McDonald's, not just to cause issues at the drive-through at McDonald's doing their TikToks, but to sit and order food. And so we taught them maths and manners and all the things that were being lost in order to re-engage with their learning and learn to learn again. Because a lot of these kids are just simply not in line for learning. It's not about bringing them back into school, sitting them in a classroom, reading, writing, maths. It's social and emotional regulation. I'm going to take you to the next slide. We realised really quick in the piece, though, that we weren't doing that well. And again, I'm going to go back to that failure. We were doing super well with these kids and they were really online with us. But in actual fact, the funny thing and the ironical thing is that when they started entering the school space again, teachers said to us, to myself, the ministry, Oranga Tamariki, oh, they're back at school, what do we do with them? I'm like, oh, you're teachers, you should know what to do with them. And we realised that actually we were missing the beat. We needed to wrap around our teachers, we needed to wrap around the providers, we needed to wrap around whānau, and that this was a much bigger program. We couldn't just do a course, this was actually intergenerational work. And so what we did, and you can see all the people up on your screen now, it wasn't just about police, it wasn't just about education. We needed health on board. We needed Ministry for Social Development on board, which led us to engage further. And now all these people are on board. And it couldn't just be Nelson College for Girls. We needed other schools on board. And we were getting phone calls from other schools, to be honest. And we had other schools try to dabble in this, but they didn't realise that we had to really drill in deep. And I want to go back to those words I used, emotional regulation. It really was around young people learning to regulate themselves in order to be ready for learning, not just in the classroom, but in our community. because ultimately we want people to be serving our community well. We don't need lots of brain surgeons, but we just need people to serve our community and do well so that we have a really good society. So now what we have, I'll go to the next slide. We have a group. We now have merged into Aroha Kotahi. Our primary goal is a community level response. Our goal as a group is to keep young people out of what we term the tier 3 space. It is a space that costs our country, our community, the millions of dollars. It is where we have education disengagement needs, not in employment, education and training, which you're very familiar with as a council. It's where kids enter the justice system in that care and protection space. So what we try and do is we reach across our community to all of the different spaces in government and non-government organisations and fast track support for kids who are engaged in our program so that we can accelerate those education and social supports. I can give you some really solid examples. If a family come to us and enrol in Te Rōpū Whakatina and we recognise that the whānau are not enrolled in a GP service, we have an understanding with Te Whātua Ora that we will navigate with urgency GP access for that whānau. For example, we have an understanding with Oranga Tamariki that we will navigate fast-tracked health and education assessments for those young people. Otherwise, it's too late. We're running out of time. I know I'm running out of time now. I like to talk. This is the model. I have paperwork for you on all this so you can access this. Rohan also has further information and he can pass on information. He's been sitting on the steering group. We meet monthly. We're growing. We're going to be at the Tūnatahi event that iwi are running in order to get more voice from whānau around what the barriers to education are so we can work more proactively within the community. Our idea is to grow across more schools. At the moment, we are in Nelson Intermediate, Nelson College and Nelson College for Girls. We want to grow our platform in order to make a much bigger difference across the top of the South Island. Whakatū is our focus right now. In short, we identified rangatahi, the Rōpū programs in schools, Aroha Kotahi fast tracks and services. We develop individual pathways beyond school, and hopefully we have amazing adults for our community in the future. I guess if I could leave you with something to really think about, identity, belonging and community is really our key focus. We are looking for community initiatives for the young people to engage in to really feel like they belong. So if you do have something that we could within our program, for example, some of my young people, they painted the koha shed at Victory Community Centre, things like that. We're happy to participate and contribute.
Emma, thank you very much for your presentation. For my piece, I think, and I've just been reflecting at the beginning of the year on some of the challenges for our community, obviously the cost of living, obviously housing. A lot of feedback I've had from schools is huge challenges around the levels of truancy after COVID and getting our young people back engaged in the education system, and obviously some of the youth offending issues that you can have police and the negative side of it, where my excitement and support for Aroha Kotahi is around actually tackling it from a positive side. And I acknowledge the work of the Deputy Mayor in supporting your work. Thank you again for your presentation to Council. We're proud to have the Nelson City Council associated with your work. I think the importance of your work this year is actually, with those extra pressures, going to be more important than ever.
Kia ora, ngā mihi nui. Thank you for your support.
We now come to the confirmation of minutes of our meeting of the 15th of December that have been circulated to all councillors. Do any councillors have any concern with the record of that meeting? Is a councillor prepared to move the adoption of the minutes from? Thank you, Mel. Seconded by Councillor Sanson. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. That is carried. Just in terms of the format, we have a lot of items on the agenda today and a challenging job for us to get through all of it.
my intention is to try and have a pretty free-flowing discussion around a number of items that are very important. Can I also thank councillors that have emailed and alerted areas where they've got particular interest, and I want to try and make sure that we get good time for discussion where I know that there are a range of views to get the best outcome. In rough terms, on each substantive item, if we are to make our program for the day, about 20 minutes each on the chunky issues that we've got to work through on the program. Brings me to item 6 on my own mayoral report, of which there are 3 substantive issues. The issue of the resource consent for Whate Ora, the issue of the sequentennial next year, and the issue of the Right Tree, Right Forest Task Force. My intention is to format the discussion on my mayor's report in those 3 sections and to deal with the resolutions that are relevant for those, so that we sort of do it issue by issue. So the first issue in my mayor's report is my recommendation that the council revoke the delegation to enable the decision on the resource consent application that was previously lodged by the Nelson Marlborough District Health Board, now Te Whate Ora Nelson Marlborough, for a consent to burn 4,000 tonnes of coal per year for the next 7 years. I copied to councillors last year the letter that I'd sent to the former Minister of Health, Andrew Little, of concern about the application. It is my view that it is inconsistent with the government's stated policy of being carbon neutral in the public sector by 2025, and with both this council and with the government's stated climate change goals. My nervousness is that with a 7-year consent, there will not be the necessary urgency given to what I think are imminently practical technologies to heat the hospital without the use of coal. I note from a global perspective that the single greatest cause of the problem of climate change comes from coal, it being 40%. And the further issue for me is not just where it is a cause of climate change, but are there viable and practical alternatives? Now, in some areas, it's really hard. And this is an area where it is imminently possible to be able to make change. It's important for council to note today, we're not making a decision on the consent. We're simply saying that we think this is sufficiently important that collectively as a council, we want to make the decisions. It is my clear intent to use the full skills that we have within the City Council in our Environment and Regulation Department to provide us advice on the issues of public notification, to provide advice around what the legal parameters are of the decision. But ultimately, my resolution means that it will be at this level that the decision will be made to grant the consent or not. On that basis, I would like to move the first 2 resolutions in my mayor's report, that is to receive the mayor's report, and item number 2 to revoke the delegation to staff, and open that up for discussion and debate. Councillor Skinner.
Okay, you had questions on at this stage, don't you, rather than moving and seconding?
It's a little bit unusual when it is the mayor's report, but I'm very relaxed. Dennis, did I see Dennis here? Oh, he's hiding. Couldn't quite see you with the new format of the council chamber, Mr. Bush King. If Dennis has any questions that you would like to ask from an official's point of view around it, very relaxed about that as well, albeit you need to understand this is the mayor's proposition, not a staff proposition.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Nick. So yeah, definitely some questions here, and as you put in 3.2, talking about moving responsibility from staff to council. I'm assuming you say council, you're saying council laws. I believe council laws should take over responsibility. Is that what you're saying?
When I say council, it means us collectively.
The council and the council administration to staff.
No, it means that the decision on whether there was a decision to publicly notify, council staff would come to a recommendation. The decision will be made here by council. We are, and equally so, council staff would prepare the reports on submissions and their technical advice. But finally, the decision on the consent, whether it be the time frame, the conditions, would be determined here.
So through the mayor to the officers, as you put in your own words here, it's unusual to delegate, because I support the looking at Oscar wanting to further another 7 years. Consent is a bit of a kick in the teeth when you got the public have already made some great restrictions right down to burning wood for wood burners. But where I get a little bit concerned here is that, and this is officers can answer, this I understand is consents when an individual, an organisation is seeking a consent, then that would be decided whether it's notification or the terms of that from, it's an operational rather than the councillors at the table. So this I see quite unusual and possibly a bit of concern for the public and confidence on how a consent will be undertaken.
Yeah, happy to respond to that. And there is actually another paper on the agenda later on around delegations. And I guess what we're dealing with here is that the council under the RMA is the decision maker. It chooses to delegate a lot of the operation of the or administration of the legislation to staff for efficiency and because you're busy people. But I guess in this particular case, the mayor has identified a public interest, and so I guess in my view, the decision maker can be the council. It's normally the staff, and that's why it is unusual. But he's putting a proposition to you that because of the public interest in this matter, he's wanting to elevate the decision making around this table. And I forgot to discuss it with the mayor, but you do have a hearing panel. That's another option where it gets addressed at the council level. But the fundamental issue is that the council under the law is the decision maker.
And through me, Nick, these are decisions that can be, on the surface, seem quite simple and straightforward one way or the other, but there's a fair bit to it in regards to regulations, etc., and whether to be notified or non-notified. And I understand it's a good reason why you go through RMA process. And I would have thought a commissioner would have had an input, or staff would have input, whether they felt it was something that needed to be raised sideways from staff to council.
Well, again, that is your choice. The council under the law is the decision maker. How it's delivered is a choice that you make. We have a delegations register where a lot of the decisions around daily administration of the legislation are delegated to staff. In this case, the mayor has chosen for this particular application to have that decision rest with the original sort of, if you like, delegator.
And that's quite acceptable.
Well, it's unusual because it's, the busyness of RMA administration. You don't normally have the time to sit on these sorts of decisions for all applications. It's this particular one that the mayor has identified. But there are some councils in New Zealand who don't actually have staff and they only have 1 or 2 applications a year, and they actually make the decisions. It's a question of, what's most efficient for the council on the day.
Thank you, that would be all.
Just to give context to my thinking on it, Councillor Skinner, is when I was Minister of Conservation, there are hundreds of decisions similar to consents that are made by staff. But when I was Minister, there was a decision to be made about whether we would allow a major tunnel through the Fiordland National Park or a major monorail. And I felt that they were of sufficient public interest that actually the Minister should make it. And that's the proposition I'm putting to Council today. Now, it would not be practical for Council to make a decision that all of its consents want to be processed. And that is where we appropriately delegate. I want to make plain it is not a question in any way of the confidence and the ability that I have in staff. Quite the opposite. I think a council staff member making a decision on something that I tell you I think will be controversial puts a staff member in quite a difficult position. And so in my view, the key issue for council on this issue is, do you think it is sufficiently important that it warrants the attention of council? And my position is I think it is. Councillor Brand.
I support your position on that, Mayor Nick, and I'm happy to second if it's already been moved.
Appreciate the seconder. Any other comments or questions that Councillor Hodgson?
Yeah, I'm just really glad that this has been raised with us. I think we'd be letting down our Victory community in particular to not look into this just with a little bit more detail and give it the consideration that it deserves. 7 years is a very long time. When I look back 7 years, I think about many changes that have taken place. And so it would concern me to have a decision like this kind of pass us by.
Any further comments that councillors will wish to make? Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Nick. To Officer Dennis. Dennis, we now supply, don't we? Just confirm for me, refresh my memory, 30% of the hospital's required heating and gas from our landfill at York Valley. I'm not sure of the exact percentage, but yeah, there is that gas that goes through to the energy centre, yes? And I don't want you to answer this off another supplementary question through you.
Absolutely.
I don't want you to put you in a position where you answer this off the top of your head, but we would have the capability, wouldn't we, to supply more? We would, but that's not the consideration that we want to sort of get into today, because that might raise some other issues, I suppose, around matching up different parts of council. I'm looking at this simply as a regulatory decision, and the delegation is that in this case to be withdrawn and to be dealt with at the elected representative level. Thank you for that. I think it's an excellent idea, and just to give you some reassurance, as the Mayor says, when you come to make decisions, you still have to have staff advice. So the staff will prepare the necessary reports and help you through the process in terms of identifying the sort of legal parameters that you have to take into account. And if it's to be granted, they'll identify suggested conditions. There are conversations still going on with the applicant, and you may have noticed in the newspaper this week that it looks like the Health Board, Te Whatu Ora, will actually amend aspects of the application, and so those conversations are going on, but the outcome will come back to this table.
And myself and Mr. Dennis Bush-King met with Te Whatu Ora yesterday in response to the consideration of this item. They indicated that they would like to have the alternative energy by the end of next year. My concern was that there has been no decision about even whether the energy plant is going to be on the east or west side of Waimea Road. No design work has been done. No consultants have been employed, let alone letting a contract. And I must be quite open with council and say that I am doubtful as to whether they can meet that timetable. What I wish to do is, constructively as I can, get the replacement of that coal advanced as quickly as possible. And my view is the decision I'm recommending to you today is a tool the council can use to help motivate that occurring more quickly. Councillor, Deputy Mayor, Rowan AMC.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. And speaking in support of this, I think it's crucial that we urgently see the end of coal. And I just want to say to councillors that I've engaged with our Member of Parliament on this around getting a specific briefing for elected members from the new health minister on the hospital rebuild and upgrade so that we can be across this, because I think that it does represent a really significant issue, as well as those things that Mayor Nick's just highlighted. So we're hoping to be able to get that interface and get that free flow of information occurring as soon as possible.
Thank you for that contribution. Just to give you context, the Nelson Council has an important issue around the upgrade of the hospital, in that the earthquake-prone building legislation requires the two main tower blocks
the George Manson and the Percy Burnett to be earthquake strengthened or replaced by November of 2028. And that is our responsibility as the regulator. That may seem a long way away. For projects of this size and scale, my view is it is an incredibly challenging timetable, and the initiative of us keeping abreast with not just the issue of the hospital boiler, but the broader upgrade of the hospital, I see as a crucial issue for our community and one in which our council should collectively be showing a strong interest. Councillor Stella.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I support this proposal, and I'd just like to briefly acknowledge a number of community groups and individuals have been pushing for Nelson Region to move away from coal, and they've been working hard in that space for some years. And I'd like to think we could hear those voices as we consider this process.
Mr. Bush-King.
I was just going to say, in relation to this debate, I think you've been fairly safe at the moment, but you're going to have to listen to all voices when it comes to the decision making. So you don't want to predetermine any outcome at the moment. You're prepared to, you're open to be persuaded if you're going to be the decision maker on the application. But yeah, you're going to have to sort of consider all the matters that are going to come before you.
Good advice. I think councillors that wish to make a contribution can. My intention is to put resolutions 1 and 2 of the Mayor's report. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Brand. I'm sorry, Councillor Skinner.
Yes, I'm not sure we're in debate or questions time here, but I'll take advantage of both.
More than happy. Trying to run a pretty relaxed format.
Just conscious of we're in debate. We've still got officers at the table, which is a little bit unusual. But I see where we're at here, and yes, and as I mentioned before, I think it's pretty cheeky that the hospital are asking for another 7 years of coal usage for reasons I've outlined in the past. But I am concerned, especially with the commentary happened already, that we're now in a situation potentially, and you just touched on that, where we've already shown a card of what our intent or our view is, and that's always a danger when you hand it back to councillors, and that's already happened from the past 3 commentaries there on, in my own, on the view of the coal burning and the consent. So my concern is then it could be a lack of confidence for the current submitter or further submitters to go, well, there's a view already being expressed and we haven't even gone in the process of consent. And then we are, and it's always a very difficult job, and I always appreciate the job of staff and they make difficult decisions. For example, Kaka development was a great example of that. So there wasn't a political bias when it came to it. But so what I'm stating here, I'm supporting, but I'm having a bit of struggle supporting, Mayor Nick, your proposal there in that regards to good decision making. We're coming to a.
I think my last comment probably gives you the level of reassurance that, you know, when you come to actually have to make these decisions, so long as you approach it with an open mind, not an empty head, an open mind, you're allowed to sort of make those decisions. If you do feel that you might have predetermined your view, then you should recuse yourself from the decision-making table.
I think some of those views have already just been expressed, which was incorrect, or something that's yet to come.
I think the assurance that we've had from Dennis Bush-King, who's also provided me advice, is the debate today is, do you think it's important? Not what you think the outcome of the decision. Today's decision is, do you think it is sufficiently important? And I think the contributions I've heard from councillors have been in that parameter. No, it is sufficiently important for us to bring up without actually saying the exact outcome that they seek. Ultimately, if we proceed down this route, we would have the option around whether we seek public submissions or not. We also may have the option of having a subcommittee of council hear the submissions. I think that's actually quite likely. Or you could, even though council has decided to take the decision after the public submissions are received, if it was the advice of officials that actually some of councillors' comments were of that, to appoint independent commissioners. What we're simply saying is we're elevating it up so that it is not sitting with council officials, that it will come back to council for those future processes. Look, I am at Councillor Skinner's guidance going to ask quite specifically if there are any further questions for Mr. Dennis Bush-King. There aren't any, you're a free man. Is there any further contributions that councillors would like to make before I put the resolution to the vote? That being the case, I put the resolution. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. I made the mistake over summer of holidaying in the Coromandel and ended up reading lots of books. Two of those books I read were the previous two 50-year histories on Nelson. And it has been raised with me last year, the issue of keeping a record of the history of this community. The advice I received was that if you were to want a third history period for the period from 1974 to 2024, you need to commission it very quickly. There's a very large amount of work involved, and that to have any chance of that piece of work being completed in our sequentennial year, it would need to be a decision at the first council meeting. My view is that we do have a obligation, even in tough financial times, to record the history of our community and of the council. It is my view that a relatively modest approach to the City Council sequentennial should be taken next year, but that consideration of commissioning a suitable history, if it is not done soon, I worry we'll also lose some of the people that were part of that history. Whether it be the commissioning of the Maitai Dam, that was a huge source of controversy during the 1980s, whether it's the water treatment plant, whether it's the renaissance of Maori, the establishment of the Whakatū Marae, whether it's the substantive treaty settlements and the huge growth in importance and influence of our 8 iwi, whether it's either the development of Saxton Field, there's a lot to tell. And so the recommendations I bring to council is that we establish a sequentennial task force. The intent is that as a task force that will have the job from now to the conclusion of 2024. My recommendation of having Councillor Mel Courtney as the chair is, I think actually it's extraordinary and a privilege that we have a councillor that was there in 1974 still on council in 2024 with all of that history and input. I do note that Councillor Mel Courtney was quite good looking at the photo in the book in 1974. Mel knows many of the personalities. He is one of our experienced councillors. I think he is ideally placed to lead that. The reason for my recommending Councillor Pakipaki to also serve on it is actually one of the really big changes of the last 50 years has been the growth of iwi, the Whakatū Marae, as I've mentioned, as well as in the first conversation I had with Councillor Pakipaki, he showed a particular interest in heritage and issues.
And he's incredibly good looking now.
I wouldn't go so far, Councillor Courtney. And then the other people I'm recommending, people will be aware that Pat Doherty was the chief engineer for a huge period of those years and also a chief executive. Actually, we do the easy job around the council table, the staff do the work. I want that book and the events associated with the sequentennial to recognise the huge contribution that staff have made over that preceding 50 years. I also see the recognition of the sequentennial as an event of which you can build institutional strength and help build the future for our staff. The reason for, and I've spoken to Councillor Gail Collingwood, is that she has given an incredibly long service to the council. Part of that 50 years is also the increased involvement of women around the council table and in council business. She has also been very strong on heritage issues and with the sister city relationships, and I think would be a good member of the task force. The reason for including the Civic Trust is that for the last 50 years, they have been major advocates and players around issues of heritage associated with the council. They are offering to consider putting substantial money into the project and to support the book.
in my view, those that are contributing financially should also be involved. So on that basis is my recommendation in my mayor's report. I was wondering whether Councillor Courtney would be prepared to move resolutions 3 and 4 and perhaps make a contribution on the suggestion, Councillor Courtney.
Happy to second.
Seconded by Councillor Skinner.
Thank you.
I'm happy for questions to be made to Andrew, who's probably the lead staff member, if you wish, but also just interested in councillors' contributions and again wish to run a pretty informal engagement of either questions of staff around the proposal as well as the membership of the task force. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I was going to suggest that you might like me to move this particular recommendation that you have in your report. And I'm very pleased to do so. This is a continuation of the council and the community's historical record. And it's very important. Our forefathers and foremothers deemed to be important back in 1874, right through till 1924. That's the publication there. And again, of course, in 1924 through to 1974. And I commend you, Mayor Nick, for taking a holiday first and also reading 2 books. And these are the 2 books that he read. Because it sparked the idea, and it's a good one, that we mustn't forget our past and we will learn from it. It's proposed to be a modest publication and modest event as well, in my view. That's what I've gleaned from talking to the mayor previously. It's not a book to sit on the coffee table at home in every home in the city. It's a publication, a modest publication to be drawn on when people want to hark back and just see what has happened in the past. It's really our actions of the past 50 years that we're going to record here, our achievements, and they are many, huge. As a matter of fact, when I think back, the Wakatu Marae during Roy McLennan's time and from 1974 through, that was started then, and I could go on and on and on. Some very big decisions were made, important decisions for the city and for our future, and that's what will come out of a publication like this. But to me, it's about the community and how it's evolved and changed over 50 years. That's the main thrust of it. That's where I'd like it to head. And I'm sure the committee will have views on that as well. How we responded to those challenges. There are learnings from those times that perhaps we can profit from, benefit from. And so I'm very happy to move that we proceed with this establishment of a task force for this particular activity.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. Are there any other contributions? Councillor Bench.
Thank you. I think we have an obligation to do this. I know it's times aren't flush at the moment, but we're not looking for a flush book either, as Mel has just pointed out. It's a record, and we do have an obligation to do it. As a new councillor, I've listened to a lot of the advice that we've had from different people, and one of the pieces that kept coming up through different people, we heard it at most of the sessions we've had where we've been told about how we should behave as councillors. We heard it at the Marae, and recently again we heard it from Dame Kerry. And one of those things was that we should be good ancestors. And I think that's what doing this is. We can't miss the opportunity. I think it's a great idea to give it to the 2 most handsome men sitting in the room. And I suggest it.
I think that's going to cause a lot of division.
I suggest it be called Mel's Memories. I suggest it be called Mel's Memories. Thank you.
I'm pleased we're not going to determine the title of the book today. Are there any other contributions? Councillor Pakapaki. Sure. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Hey, you know, just I'll keep it short. Yeah, very much support this. In fact, Unfinished Business is one of my favourite books on my small collection of Nelson history. In fact, we've got 3 copies and one is signed copy. And in fact, the book's been handy a couple of debates to bring a bit of evidence of past direction and where we should be heading. But no, very much. And maybe it's titled More Unfinished Business. But no, great that we're going ahead of that. And definitely, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Pakapaki.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa. Here we go. 1883 was an excerpt from the first book, this one here, that says the council, when they reconvened, that they were having a very hard time because of the pending depression that was coming in at that stage, or expected recession, and that they were having to make lots of budget cuts, which were compounded by the fact that the previous year they had a devastating flood. So these 2 books, I've read through them a number of times. One of the things I'm really happy to be a part of this because it's pretty close to my heart. But I think it's a great opportunity. One of the things I did notice with both of these books is that Māori are absent. They don't exist. If you were to come in from a spaceship and have a look at these books here, you would not know that there is and was an Indigenous population that were here, mana whenua. So we don't have to rewrite history, but we get to at least form this part, keeping in mind, of course, that is not an exciting read because it really is a narrative of the council, not of the community. It's of what was happening with the council at the time. So, and also I do really like the idea that now we're in a different age, that we're going to be able to make this a lot more available to the community through potentially a digital format. So then that information is going to be able to be a lot more easily accessible to the community and to the public. So, kia ora, thank you for inviting me.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Councillor Rani.
Thanks. Councillor Pakipaki kind of stole my thunder a little bit in that I do hope that the task force, if they indeed become a task force, would consider digital formats for this, because indeed there is much potential to make this more than just a glance back. It can be a living document that the community can really use. And we have plenty of existing resources. For instance, the PROW, there are a whole lot of things that currently are available that can be brought together to make this a very rich and useful document for the future. So I hope that the task force will consider, you know, a wide range of possible formats for what we're looking at here, if it goes through.
Thanks, Councillor Rani. Any other contributions? You've completely been let off the hook, Andrew, but can I thank you and particularly the library's support for the preliminary work that's been done on the book project. Could I just sum up before I put the resolution, is that the cost of producing a book is relatively small in the sense of both recording the history, but the main reason I wanted to read those histories is just as Councillor Pakipaki said, you can learn a huge amount from history and understanding how you handle the crises of the time, whether they be floods, whether they be economic downturns, whether they be big infrastructure decisions, whether they be relationships with iwi and other particular groups within our community. And so my view is a good record of history actually helps a community build its future. And that is one of my main motivations. The second thing I would say is that the discussion today has focused in on the book. Let me make plain that the terms of reference and the intent is for the task force to give some thought as to what would be appropriate community events, what would be appropriate staff events for us to have in 2024 as we acknowledge a pretty significant milestone in the history of the Nelson City Council of being one of New Zealand's longest and oldest communities in the 150 years. I'll put the resolutions that have been moved by Councillor Courtney and seconded by Councillor Skinner. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, say no. Thank you. The third substantive item in my mayor's report is with respect to the establishment of the Right Tree, Right Place Task Force. And I'd just like to make a few initial comments about the intent behind this. The council has about 600 hectares of commercial forestry, and there has been both within the council, also when I read the reports from staff, when I read the reports from consultants, and also in the community, quite diverse, you could say contentious different opinions about what the right way forward is with these forests, strongly held and different points of view. My view when you've got a tough issue of this sort is that good process matters. I want to emphasise to the council that this is not a small issue. It's not an issue that should be made a spur of the moment. The P.F. Olsen report indicates that if you wanted to have all of that 600 hectares converted into native forests, there'd be a net cost to 10 million, and you would lose a net present value of the investment value of about 30 million, effectively a $40 million call. And as custodians for the assets of this community, you don't make economic decisions of that sort without doing it very carefully. The further part is that these are not short-term decisions. When you plant an area in trees, you are effectively making a decision for at least the cycle of those trees of 25 odd years, and that too makes it important to do it with good process. Now, I want to openly acknowledge the advocacy and the strong views that have been presented on this issue by Councillor Sanson. I've said to Councillor Sanson, I genuinely have an open mind. I just want to make sure that as we test those different views, that we do it with a good amount of technical expertise and support. The range of issues that we are grappling with here are complicated. There is the issue of wilding pines. Part of this forest area is in Douglas fir, and there has been quite a big question. One, there's no question that that is adding to the whiting pine weed problem. Should you be poisoning those trees and immediately removing them? Or actually, should you wait to the end of the mature cycle of those Douglas firs trees and then harvest them at that point where you'll get an economic revenue? A real way up between the financial benefits vis-a-vis the environmental harm. You've got the issue of the risk of slips, particularly in the period after you harvest the Pinus radiata. There is an enhanced risk that you get both sedimentation impacts on our waterways as well as the risk of the sort of damage that we saw in last August storm. On top of that, you've got the issues of biodiversity, where you've got magnificent projects like the Brook Waimarama Sanctuary that is protecting reserves, and a real question as to whether if they were native forests, there'd be added advantage for biodiversity. Nor would I want to minimise the risks associated with fire in that this community in 2019. And for instance, you may make a decision which would be the least costly way to convert areas that were in Pinus radiata to native forests simply by harvesting the trees, allowing the gorse and broom to come through. And it is true that over time the natives would then take over, but you may have a period of which you introduce unacceptable fire risk to the community. That means actually, if you want to convert, you need to actively manage, you need to do weed control, and that too needs to be done. And so in making these recommendations, I want council to utilise the very best expertise that we can to get a good outcome. The name of the task force being Right Tree, Right Place is, I suspect, in reading those 5 reports that are being publicly released with this discussion, actually highlight that in different areas, those issues I've spoke of may have different priorities. There may be areas where it is appropriate to continue with commercial Palmers radiata forests. There may be other areas where the risks of erosion, the recreational opportunities, the conservation benefits, and the aesthetic effects are close to our urban centres would favour it being in natives. So can I thank particular Councillor Sanson, but can also acknowledge Councillor Stallard for your advocacy in this area. I don't want us to prejudge the outcome. My view is let's get a really good process. And I think out of good process, good expert input, we give ourselves both as a council and a community to come to a long-term outcome on an important issue that we know and has confidence is a good decision. I'll hand over to Councillor Sanson because she has been quite pivotal in a number of meetings with myself and also on the previous council expressing a view on this issue. Councillor Sanson.
Thank you very much, Mayor Nick. I really appreciate that. Just, I guess, so that we're following standing orders, I would like to move these recommendations, but I note and I understand that Councillor Stallard may wish to second them. Is that correct?
So can I take that as Councillor Sanson referring to resolutions 5, 6, 7 and 8? And Councillor Stallard, are you happy to second those resolutions 5 to 8?
Thanks. And then I do have debate, but I'll hold my debate and I have a couple of questions. Surprise, surprise. So if I could ask those, that would be appreciated. And then I'm sure others in the room will have questions as well and comments.
So let's go with the normal format because it is a mayor's recommendation. In a way, your questions are to me, but if they're really difficult, I'm going to get either Lindsay or one of the staff to answer. So happy to take questions on the resolutions.
Thanks so much. I did send them through in advance. So through Mayor Nick, in regards to recommendation number 7 on the board, obviously it mentions Maitai and Marsden Valley, and so I just wanted to seek clarification in regards to both the brook and the roading. So I just wanted to check if Council is planning to replant any areas in Pinus radiata, or are these harvested areas all being transitioned to natives?
So through Mayor Nick, at the moment, the areas that have been harvested in the Maitai and the brook are not being replanted in pine. There is an area that will be regenerated in natives. And the other issue as to what those areas will be replanted in will be the subject of this task force. There is future harvesting to be undertaken in both the Marsden and the Roding catchments, but I think we can take it from the, and that's scheduled for 23-24, but I think that we can take it from the setting up of this task force, this Right Tree, Right Place task force, that no areas that are to be harvested in the future will be replanted in pine until such time as we get a recommendation from this task force. So that is a future decision and something to be discussed at this task force in terms of upcoming harvesting when we do that and what we do with it. But there are certainly parts of our commercial forestry that are planned to be harvested, and some of that will go into natives and some of those will be going back into pine. But I think as a result of this this task force, nothing will be going back into pine until such time that we have a clear direction from council.
So just to clarify from my intention is that in that commercial forestry operation, there will be harvesting of trees continuing this year. There are areas that were already intended to go into native, that work will continue. I'm advised that there are 39 hectares that was planned to be planted over the period from July to September this year. That is being paused, not stopped. It is being paused to enable the task force to do the work on coming back to council by the end of this year with the way forward.
Thanks so much. And I think just to be really, seek real clarification, and then the areas that are being harvested this year, which would most likely be scheduled for replanting in Pinus radiata next year. I just want to ensure that we don't commit any ratepayer funds to, deposits on pine trees and that kind of thing, and predetermine any outcome from the task force. I mean, as I said to you, I'm absolutely open to whatever the result is of the task force.
The very clear intent is not to predetermine one way or the other. It is to let the task force do its job. My challenge for Dr. Morgan Williams and those I'm recommending to be on the task force is to have the piece of work completed in time to enter into the long-term plan process, so that when we produce the long-term plan at the end of this year, we can say what we're going to do. And my preferred view would be to make it as aligned as possible with what the task force recommends. And that also is the point at which the public would get the opportunity to be able to engage before decisions were made.
That's great. No further questions. Thanks so much.
Are there any other questions on the intent of resolutions 5 and 8 in my mayor's report? Councillor Brand.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I suppose it's more of a observation and statement than a question, if that's okay. I just actually want to applaud you, Mayor Nick, for taking a proactive step on this matter and setting up the task force to address the Nelson City Council forestry and what that means for our region, as well as factoring in the revenue and the expenses and how that will have a flow-on effect to the ratepayers in our area and the work streams. So, and the reason why I think that is because the ideas of what forestry was in the 1980s has moved now that we're in 2023, and a reset of what that means for us going forward, I think is needed. Hopefully it will be easy with the task force bringing that information back to the full council and for the public to have a view of. It'll take the mystery away from the forestry portfolio that has happened for council and the wider community, and that the community then can have input on something that they understand as it will be put back in layman's terms for them.
Thank you. Can I just clarify and make sure we have any questions of Alec or myself before we move into debate mode? So just to keep format a bit tight. Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and through you to Mr. Levitis. I support what your intent here. There's some big decisions had, but I'm also conscious that we've got some big decisions of robust debate and great advice from officers and experts in forestry had happened over this last term from the whole council around the table and put on that. And I know there are areas that we had decided not to replant, areas we decided to change the species, areas we're putting on a hold. But we had PF Olsen been working very hard, as long as you decide yourself there, Mr. Levitis. So I'm just conscious we have, and I may be wrong here, we have a number of tree seedlings that we're ready to go. I assume they'll be on hold. There seems a little bit of a change of direction, and we're I'm saying where decisions were made in a robust manner by the council, and by all means, this council can change those decisions in wisdom. But have we got a lot of seedlings ready to go? Is it going to have a financial impact? And I feel for the likes of PF Olsen, etc., who are probably ready to act on previous decisions. How does this leave us, especially if we're looking like holding off even more of our forestry projects, whether it's replanting or not? And that could be for some quite period if we're waiting until the next LTP and then acting on that. So where we're at financially or inconvenience.
So through you, Mayor Nick, we, yes, in anticipation of the replanting this financial year for those areas that were harvested, we secured 53 seedlings. In anticipation of this, I have reached out to PF Olsen. They have found alternative takers for those seedlings, and they have agreed that they will reimburse the deposit that we've paid to the tune of $9,800. So nobody in council or the ratepayers are affected by this financially.
And from an environmental perspective, through you, Mayor Nick, Officer Levitis, some of those decisions made from the council were wise in the sense that areas need to be planted in one aspect or another. if you leave them barren, erosion, if you hold, and that was one of the concerns, if we hold off planting or changing of species or of regrassing was some of the options there, regrassing some of those areas, there's that potential for a worse outcome than we may be trying to achieve. Would I be incorrect in saying that?
Through you, Mayor Nick, the areas that have been harvested have been sown with grass, and we believe that the risk is relatively low in terms of future erosion. It would be ideal to have a decision in terms of what we're going to be replanting and that, but we are in an interim phase. They have been grassed and we think it's minimal. It's notwithstanding, if we get a major event like we had in August, then that may well change the outlook of that. But at this stage, the experts that I've spoken to are happy that the grassed areas are stable.
Thank you for that advice and answer. And just the last comment through Chair, Mayor Nick, just if we can maintain that consciousness of areas which are being delayed of planting, one of the greatest risks there is whatever you do or don't do with it, then erosion becomes a bigger problem than if you had replanted it in seedlings. So I just want to be conscious of that. There'll be a temptation of us to hold off in a number of cycles, a number of areas, and that we'll just keep a running tally and the good work of Alec Levertis on that.
I think the point that Councillor Skinner makes is a fair one, and that is in deferring the replanting of that 39 hectares, you need to be aware that you are effectively losing the growth increment of those trees for a year. So there is some cost there. There is also, during that period after the trees are harvested until you get the next cycle in, you have that increased risk. Now, I think council staff in planting that area have managed that risk and watered down, but it is there. I want to indicate to council that deferring for a year, I think it's a prudent decision because it lets a good task force job be done. I don't think it would be possible for the council to resolve these questions in a big rush. I think that would undermine the quality of the process that's required to get a good decision. I would be very cautious about doing this for a second year. This is about providing a good amount of time to get good process. The last point is the reason I have brought this matter in my mayor's report to the first meeting of council is that if we do not make a decision today, then the current policy is that those areas will be replanted. Or if we make a decision after the end of February, then effectively we are wasting ratepayers' money on those seedlings that have been purchased. And so the timing of my report reflects that we've got that sort of time check there. Councillor Rainey.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I mean, the cycle of exotic forestry is a continuous cycle. It rolls on and on. And I'm sure when the first decisions were made by the Nelson City Council to plant its part of its reserves as exotic forestry, this kind of debate about the continued use of that land is not something that would have come to the fore. You know, so I would like to also applaud you, Mayor Nick, for taking this step. To give consideration to this issue, we do have to pause. There's no way around that. We can't think about it and do something else at the same time. So we do have to pause. It's a hard, tricky decision if it goes through. And I do applaud you for bringing this to the table. It's refreshing to have been given this opportunity to look at this in this way. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. And I wonder whether the 50-year history of Nelson might be in need of a dedicated chapter to the history of forestry. Councillor Courtney, apologies in advance. The Nelson City Council first planted forestry in the good year 1978 when, following a council resolution to do so, the good and honourable MP for Nelson, one Melvin Francis Courtney, moved a local members bill to exempt council from the clauses in the Municipal Corporations Act 1954, which prevented us from entering into commercial forestry. Mel is in the room with us, and interestingly at the time, Friends of the Maitai organised a petition against it and strongly opposed it, and they are also in the room with us today. 45 years later.
I'm not so sure I want a historian in the deputy mayor. It has difficulties for many of us. Please don't read my chapters of Hansard.
It is incredible how things change and yet they stay the same. But in front of us today, we have a far greater understanding of the factors involved in decision making around this, and we have far greater evidence to inform our decision making from this point. I don't think it could possibly have been envisioned where we'd be 45 years later when those decisions were first made, and the continuing cycle. The past term of council, this has been an issue that has gone back and forth and back and forth, and I'm incredibly grateful that we've been able to bring this to a head today, to lay down a pathway forwards to actually get some forward thinking on this, because the previous challenge has been that the underlying assumptions of our forward march into forestry have never been fully questioned, because we've never had the time or the breathing room to be able to do so. There is no magic time in the cycle of forestry to fully consider all of those implications. We simply have to choose a point and do it. And that's what's in front of us today, to look at that full breadth of options, to consider all of the implications and to say, actually, what is right for our community now? Are the underlying assumptions that may well have been true in 1978 still true today in 2023? And I think the answer will be some of them may be, but a lot of them will have changed. And a lot of the evidence that we have today will enable better decision making. And so it's been a privilege to engage with, to find a pathway forward. And I'm hopeful that all councillors can support this in the sense of making sure that our decision making is as considered as possible and as forward thinking and as caring for the generations to come, as those decision makers back in 1978 thinking that this would be a wonderful investment and support the recreational development of our city. Whether that's true or not, we can leave up to the task force. But that kind of forward thinking decision making is what's needed today as well.
Thank you. Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I think this is a wonderful opportunity. And following from what the Deputy Mayor was just saying, I'm sure the council did take recommendations on this as time went through, but the problem was they would have taken it from a commercial forestry industry. And to that end, the outcome was predetermined. The opportunity to look at this from a much wider angle is a fantastic opportunity. There are known unknowns about it. People talk about unintended consequences. I like to see them as known unknowns and unknown unknowns. And there's quite a bit to look at, and the opportunity of doing that with Dr. Morgan, I think is just fantastic. I think this is a wonderful thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments that councillors would like to make? Can I just conclude firstly with making plain?
Can I?
Oh, absolutely.
I'm keen to do a comment, but I just wanted to wait till everybody else had an opportunity.
Please shoot.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks so much, Mayor Nick. So I'm very happy to be speaking in support of these recommendations. In a nutshell, I feel relief, appreciation, and hope. I'm relieved we're finally at this point of taking a pause and review. When I joined council in 2019, I knew very little about council's forestry. A presentation in this chamber from the community conservation group Friends of the Maitai changed that, as did many subsequent meetings, presentations and workshops on broad topics related to our environment, climate change, fiscal policy and economic development. Today, the complexities of council's current approach to production forestry and our public reserves and water catchments are widely known and understood by many in the community and around this table. Many people have got us to this point. I feel it's important to acknowledge that this has not been my fight. I'm not out in the field monitoring the health of our rivers, the Maitai in particular. My home and quality of life are not impacted by slips from Clearfield slopes. My business, event or recreational opportunities are not significantly impacted by closure of the forest. But I heard the voices of those who are, and I championed this issue and challenged us around this table to consider if we could or should be doing things differently. I am really appreciative of the new council and Mayor Nick for taking such a common sense approach to this matter. We have a once in a generation or forestry life cycle opportunity to consider doing things differently. We have an intelligent, insightful and deeply experienced chair leading the task force. We have a robust process and a clear way forwards, a path to navigate that I'm hopeful will result in an outcome both council and the wider community can embrace. We need to acknowledge this is not the end point. It is simply a pause, a review of where we're going, and a chance to change course. However, I do think this council should be congratulated for listening to the people. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. Very well summed up. Can I just make a couple of concluding remarks? The first is that with the task force, you've got such a complex range of different objectives. It may be that it provides council with options, that you could do more than one option, and I would like our council to leave that to the task force. The second thing is I would reflect that there was a massive reform at central government in the late 1980s with the New Zealand Forest Service, and there are some parallels with this discussion and issue that we're grappling with within council. That was, we used to have a New Zealand Forest Service. It ran conservation areas of forests, and it also ran a commercial forestry business. And the view that government took that I shared was it didn't do a very good job of running commercial forests because it was trying to meet recreational outcomes. It didn't do a very good job of the recreation and the conservation because it had this mixed role. In the terms of reference, I think we should also ask the task force to recommend to us what is the right management regime going forward, and that may involve some separation of the areas between those that should be run as commercial forests or as recreation and conservation areas. Can I finally, and I did do it at the workshop, I should have done it at the beginning. I want to acknowledge that Dr. Morgan Williams is a first cousin of mine, albeit one of 63. My contacts with Morgan have been far more in his role as a parliamentary commissioner for the environment. I think he is well skilled to do the job. He has a PhD in ecology. He has dealt with many similar at a national level site difficult questions. And I do wish to acknowledge and thank him for offering his services to assist council around this difficult issue. Councillor Bench.
I want to take one issue with what you just said. When I was growing up, we had Lands and Survey and we had forestry, and they both owned or controlled a lot of land. And we had the freedom to use all that land. What you're talking about, when that was changed, and most of that land was either sold off or given to DOC, it severely restricted the freedom of people to do the things that they enjoyed doing. Horse riding. The law of the land says that DOC controlled land can't have horses on, or can't have domestic animals on it. So here is a piece of land that isn't controlled by DOC. And so the recreational value of that is massive, because I couldn't have my childhood today because I couldn't do the things that I did growing up. They're gone because the Lands and Survey and Forest Service is gone. Thank you.
Welcome that. And that is just a reminder of how difficult balancing up these different interests are. I don't want to preempt in my comments about the decision central government made in splitting the Forest Service between DOC and the like. And I think the comments that have just been made by Councillor Bench reinforce my recommendation that he be on the task force. And I want to acknowledge your own expertise in such rural issues, as well as in issues of forestry. And that contribution you've just made, in my view, is going to give a good pragmatic feel for some of the questions the task force is going to have. On that basis, I would like to put the resolution, that is recommendations 5 to 8, that have been moved by Councillor Sanson and seconded by councillor Stallard. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. The resolution is carried. We'll have our 5-minute break. We come to the item 7 in respect of the annual plan. Welcome to Louis and Nikki to the table to explain and answer any questions. My perspective of this item is that it is relatively straightforward. It's very much a process issue, but equally council need to be comfortable with the decision consisting of resolutions 1, 2 and 3. Over to you, Nikki.
Well, through the chair, I'll take the report as read. There have been no changes to the report since the agenda was published. To briefly introduce the item, staff are recommending a consultation process outlined in paragraphs 4.10 and 11 for the annual plan 23-24. The consultation process is recommended because of the significance of some of the changes that we're proposing in 2023-24 compared to the long-term plan. It will give the community the opportunity to submit and to have their views considered before any final decisions on the annual plan 23-24. Staff received 2 questions prior to the meeting from Councillor Sanson. And I'll defer to our group managers on those particular topics. The first matter was in relation to 4.53 in the report, the infrastructure and transport for Mai Tahi Bayview subdivision in Maitai Valley. And the question was related to what were the reasons for the urgency to make this change for this annual plan rather than as part of next year's long-term plan.
Through me,
Thanks, Alec.
through me, Nick. So the reason we've put some holding money in next year's annual plan for the Mai Tai development is to prepare and do some groundwork in anticipation of that subdivision going ahead. So it's certainly not preempting the outcome of any matters on the table, but it's putting some money aside so that we can work with the developer and do some pre-work on the Three Waters and the transport.
Thank you. My view is that we need to keep the debate on this issue, not into the issues that are in the annual plan or the long-term plan. It's a process question about what's the best place, way for us to go about it. I have to say that I am very influenced by the item in the report that says that if we were to proceed down the process of doing a long-term plan, there's a cost to the ratepayer of over $105,000 in audit fees and extra cost to council. And I also want to compliment our interim chief executive, who has done significant work in providing this pathway that I think enables the community to fully engage with what we're doing without adding unnecessary expense. And so I want to thank Lindsay for his work on providing this alternative pathway. Any questions or comment from councillors?
Happy to move.
Moved by the Deputy Mayor. Is someone who prepared to second the motion? Thank you, the Chair of the Task Force on the annual plan. Mel Courtney is seconding it. Is there any further discussion that councillors would like to have? If that being the case, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Carried. Can I thank the work of staff and thank councillors for making rapid progress on what is very much a process issue. I'd now invite Andrew on the Seafarers Memorial Duty before the committee to answer questions on the paper with respect to the Seafarers Memorial.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I'll take the paper as read. Happy to take any questions.
Just as background, I've been associated with the Seafarers Memorial. I think it is a fantastic asset for the community. I'm very proud of the fact that Nelson is the capital of New Zealand's fishing industry. Tragically, that industry over the decades has lost a number of people at sea. The memorial is actually to seafarers lost wherever in New Zealand. Thankfully, when you look at the plaques, the number who are lost at sea is in decline, but it is actually emotionally incredibly important to the loved ones that were left by those seafarers to have a place where there is no grave for those people who lost their lives in service to that industry. I think staff have got a good job in bringing the recommendations through. I want to acknowledge the work of the trust that actually established it. I note that it is an asset in today's terms worth $1 million. They're effectively gifting it to council, albeit we as a consequence are picking up the duties and the responsibility of its custodian into the future. I also say I think it is an essential asset for us to be able to celebrate the annual blessing of the fishing fleet. And that is something the trust is intended to continue with, not as a council responsibility. And that is why I'm very comfortable with the recommendations that have come through our staff on this issue. Any questions or comments? Councillor Sanson.
Thanks through Mayor Nick. So I was just curious about in the decision table on pages 50 and 51 and options 3 and 5, whether officers have a preference between either of those options, and if yes, which and why?
Andrew.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, the preference of staff is option 1, which is included in the report. When we considered the background to this proposal, we realised that the consent had expired, and we felt that it was fair that if council were to accept the asset, that it should come with a valid and current consent. So there were 2 ways of looking at it. Should the trust pay for that consent, or should it fall upon the council? And we felt that as a compromise, it should be shared. Hence, option 1 is our preference.
I have to indicate a little bit of frustration that going through a resource consenting process for an existing structure is a little bit of an academic exercise, in the sense that if you wanted to remove it, it would cost some hundreds of thousands of dollars and is totally impractical. I did raise with staff some concern that the original estimates going back to the council meeting last year was $40,000 for renewing a consent. I don't mind spending $40,000 where something has to be maintained, something's built, and there's a community asset. But spending 40 grand on paperwork for something where there seems no real practical answer other than the memorial staying in its current place. So I'm appreciative that some work's been done. The estimate in the paper is 20 grand, with it being split 50-50 between the trustee and council. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. Is there a possibility that through the resource consent process, maintenance or strengthening issues may be identified, which would then put an additional burden on the trust?
Councillors, I think it's likely that that will be outside the conditions of the consent. There will certainly be some ongoing maintenance that we will be required to do as future owners, and we've had that assessed. We've had an asset assessment done, a condition report, and I've included those details in the report and the recommendation. So yes, there will be ongoing maintenance, but that council will pick that up.
Thanks. I think I'm just wanting to make sure that if we agree to the preferred option, the staff recommendation, that there's not a risk that we're going to be burdening, community, effectively a community organisation, a trust who've created this asset for the benefit of the community, that they're not going to be kind of shouldered with unforeseen expenses. That's all. Just want to mitigate that risk.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, yes, we looked at that through the condition assessment, and the structure is in reasonably good condition at the moment. So there's nothing that we're aware of that's likely to hinder the consent.
The way I sort of look at it is you get $1 million asset onto your books. As a consequence, my understanding financially is that you then need to depreciate it And so that increases our level of depreciation, and effectively the council is taking over the maintenance of that facility into the future. I think Councillor Pakipaki.
Kia ora, Mr Mayor, through the chair. Am I getting this right? So the sort of an estimation there of the costs over the next 9 years, average out, let's just say $25,000 a year, of $250,000 is the total cost. And we're looking at the depreciation value of being about $12,500 a year throughout that time. So really what we're looking at is maintenance costs of a net total of about $12,500. Would it be fair to say that's the upkeep, maintenance and ongoing expenditure?
Well, I suppose that's one way of looking at, councillor, but realistically, the maintenance per year averages out about 25,000 a year.
Okay, so I guess the second question would be through the chair if there are any of those other, or sorry, there are some expected costs in there, one for the upgrade or rather replacement of, was it repairs?
Yes.
Refresh my memory, please.
It's for work on seats, furniture, etc.
Okay. Okay, so that's included in on that estimate.
Councillor, yes, it is.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pakipaki. Are there any other questions? Is the councillor prepared to move the recommendations which are listed as numbers 1 to 5? Happy to move. Thanks, Councillor Skinner. Is there somebody? Councillor Benge is prepared to second. The item has been moved and seconded. Sorry, Councillor Rannick.
Can I just take this opportunity and I support the recommendation and I really support this, the Seafarers Memorial Jetty coming into the ownership of council. I think that's highly appropriate. It's my favourite place to swim in Nelson City. I love going down there, and as long as you can dodge the fishing lines, it's a really great place to swim. But I do want to take this opportunity.
I'm just impressed that you're.
At least not say swimming. It's more of a float. I tend to go when the tides are right and go on at one end, come out at the yacht club. But I would like to say and take this opportunity with the new council to say, you know, council has assets between, if this goes through now, well, between this jetty and the work that was done between the jetty and the yacht club slip, some fantastic work done there, right through to the Reliance Engineering building. Council has interests in a host of assets. I think they're assets. And I would like to suggest that we would take time as a new council to get our heads around those assets, realise the amazing potential that lies with those assets, not just flicking them off and selling them on the open market, although that is an option, but to consider what we're doing with what I call the Haven Precinct. It's a fantastic part of Nelson that's had some development in some places. Nick, you'll understand me, Nick, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But I think we need to refresh our thinking, get an overall picture as a council about what's happening with these assets and formulate a really good plan for the future of the city. I hope we can do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rannick. Other comments, contributions? I'm totally in Councillor Rannick's camp on this. My view is actually in the last 20 years, if you look at the work of the 2000 Trust that did the early settlers memorial, the upgrade of the waterfront area there, you look at the work that was done by the Seafarers Memorial Trust, is that area has become a real asset. And we've got a big challenge in the area to the north and east as to where we go. Those buildings, a number of which are earthquake prone, have sat empty for too long. And Councillor Rainey is rightly throwing down the collective challenge to both council and to staff to find a process and a way forward. It certainly fits within my vision of this city making more of its marine linkages. No other comments? Any other questions for staff? Can I thank Andrew, the two Andrews, for the work that's been done to get this successful resolution. I know it's been around for a while. Good to have the support of the elected council. I have had moved and seconded the resolutions before us. That's numbers 1 to 5. I now wish to put those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Carried. Thank you again. We now come to Dennis Bush King and the issues with paper 9 on delegations under the Resource Management Act, and welcome Dennis to the table as we deal with this quite grunty, complex, but broadly administrative paper. Over to you, Dennis, if you want to give just a brief explanation. We've all read the papers in the background to it, and then we'll have some opportunity for questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to take the paper as read. It refers back to the fact we dealt with the delegations register in the December meeting, but in relation to the RMA delegations, just to sort of close off this procedural matter and to avoid any debate around whether there's a power of subdelegation or there isn't, it was decided that we'll just put the RMA delegations up because there was a peculiarity of that legislation. There were some questions around some of my recommendations in relation to a suggestion that some decisions be delegated to the group manager in consultation with the mayor. They're not unusual, the nature of the delegation, because those sorts of decisions would require some agility if they were ever to be used. But fortunately, they never have been. And I sort of indicated in response to some questions from Councillor Stallard, the prospect of them is sort of a bit unknown, but unlikely. And I guess if the governance review does occur further on down the track, and you set up committees, my recommendation would still have been the same, but instead of in consultation with the mayor, would have been in consultation with the chair of the committee. So happy to take any other questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The way I see this big picture paper is that there is a subtle but important difference between the Local Government Act and the Resource Management Act around how it deals with delegations. Previously, all the decisions in this spec were delegated to the Chief Executive, and the assumption was that enabled it to be delegated within the organisation from there, and if it was under the Local Government Act, it would. Dennis has raised, as a new manager within the organisation, that might not be quite right, and actually council needs to specifically, under the RMA, set out where that delegation goes. In practice, what's represented in this paper is actually no substantive change. What it is doing is just making sure that it's absolutely consistent with the Act. Happy to, for any members that have got questions on the paper. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, through Mayor Nick. Kia ora, Dennis. Thanks for circulating the answers to Aaron's question, because I had the same or similar ones. I think probably just, I think I just heard that all of these delegations were formally delegated to the CE. I just want to clarify, in the past, so before today, I guess, were none of them delegated to the kind of planning committee functions of the Environment and Climate Committee?
Yes, yeah, the ones that I've noted to delegate to the GM in consultation with the mayor, they were previously they were left with the Environment and Climate Change Committee.
So they were actually with the committee.
They were delegations to a committee.
So there was broad governance oversight of those 5 areas.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But as I sort of indicated, in my experience, the nature of the decisions that they relate to, like the lodging of an appeal, you have 20 days to actually lodge an appeal from the date of receiving the decision. It doesn't always work to have a council meeting cycle. And that's where I think those sorts of decisions, and certainly my experience at Tasman, that's how the situation worked. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm not going to vote against the recommendations. I probably would just like to note that I think it's really important that we retain broad governance oversight of matters. So because we don't have committees or subcommittees, there is already like a transition from broad governance oversight to kind of it happening, only maybe sitting with the mayor's office or with officers. And I hope that it's not going to be a trend that continues. And I also hope that, we're not seeing a material shift away from broad elected member governance oversight of matters that are relevant to our community. Thanks.
If I could just reassure you in a couple of ways and then ask for comment from Lindsay. The first is I've had no input into this exercise. It's solely been a matter of Dennis saying, well, look, we just want to be absolutely robust to ensure that our delegations are consistent with the law and just doing the transfer over. And the second point I wish to make to you is that we've got a governance review in May as part of the reset. In the event that we move to having standing committees in key areas, you would want to review these delegations consistent with that governance change. And I'm perfectly open to that. To me, this is just an administrative exercise by Dennis making sure that the delegations were as consistent as possible with what they were before, albeit there isn't those standing committees at the moment. Lindsay.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Councillor Rachel. I think the concern that you're expressing is actually resolved by this suite of resolutions. Previously, the council had assigned the task of sub-delegating to the chief executive, and we have a question as to the robustness of that. This way, the council is directly delegating to nominated and identifiable staff members, and it's within your powers to amend those delegations at will, effectively. So I think the assurance that you're seeking sits within the suite of recommendations.
I think it's a really important point. Actually, following the strict law of the RMA is rather than the delegations being made by the chief executive, it is made by full council, and that's what is being effectively done here, albeit it is essentially transferring over what was the previous practice. Council at any time in future has got the opportunity to re-look as to whether you've got that right balance and the decisions being made at the right level within the organisation. Any other, Dennis?
I'll just draw your conclusion, draw your attention to some of the substance then in the report, because I did actually make a couple of other tweaks. I confess it.
You got me nervous now, sir.
No. Like there were some redundancies because the law has changed. Some officer titles have changed. And in a couple of cases, I actually extended the delegations to other staff members because I felt that, if they have the competency, they should be able to make those decisions. So there were just some editorial tweaks. They didn't alter the structure of the delegation register, but it was just try and introduce some efficiencies.
We welcome your tweaks. Tweets, twerts, yes, indeed. I'd love to see Dennis doing some twerting. All right, are there any further questions on this delegations paper? Is a councillor prepared to move its adoption? Thanks, Councillor Courtney, seconded by Councillor Sanson. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, no, carried. Thank you very much, Dennis, and a good piece of work. And frankly, when you read in the paper sometimes when things go legally wrong, we need council officials that are continuously just looking and checking and making sure that our processes are robust because you increase legal risk. And in my view, Dennis has done a great job for us in making sure that we've got this part of our operations in good shape. We now move to item 10, and that is with respect to the appointment and remuneration of external, and invite Deborah from our governance team before the committee and the recommendations in item 10. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora koutou. Look, I'll largely take this item as read, and just as pointed out in the discussion, there has been a general update that's been applied to the policy to reflect the current environment a little bit more closely. Two slightly more substantial changes to the policy, one being increased clarity on the likely structure of an interview panel when the appointee being sought is the chair of a committee or a subcommittee. The policy previous to the proposed updates has the chair, it assumes that the appointment is of a member and so has the chair of the body sitting on the interview panel. So when that's not the case, just a little bit of clarification there. And secondly, the a bit of clarification around what happens when, in relation to honorarium, so money, when we're appointing an external chair to a committee. That distinction had been in the policy for the chair of a subcommittee, but not as it happened for a committee. So just a bit of a tidy up there and some more clarity. But very happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I say it's really helpful when you give us documents that are being changed, do the two different versions so that we can see exactly what was before and what is being proposed to change. It just makes it really easy for elected representatives to be able to understand. First question I've got is from our Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mandy. Debbie, apologies. Something has just struck me as a consequence of the discussion around the membership of task forces and the external appointees that might be there. And again, excuse me so if I haven't caught up on the detail of this, but on the face of it, we don't have a policy around the remuneration of external appointees. And looking at this policy, I was wondering what your reaction would be to the proposition that a task force is deemed to be a single purpose committee for the purposes of determining the remuneration of the external appointees. Could you provide some advice or commentary on that to the council, please?
Certainly, and through the Mayor. Yes, this is something that has cropped up for us in this term. To date, we have largely been considering task forces as essentially working groups within the sort of parlance of local government, in which case typically there would be no honoraria, but we recognise that with the skills and experience of appointees that we, potential external appointees that we want sitting on some of these task forces, that's somewhat unpalatable. There would be opportunity, or there would, as far as I see it, be potential to consider these as single purpose committees. What that would do is create some implications for the recruitment of appointed members, which would then sit under the policy in terms of appropriate advertising, interview and report through to council.
Can I just check? The Deputy Mayor has just raised with me an issue which shows that how diligent Deputy is, that we're missing page 2 of the report that does include some of the changes to the policy. Could you just check that on the both the electronic and the paper version? Do other councillors have page 2? No, we don't. I think on that basis, I'm not comfortable. Could we please have someone administratively find page 2? I'm not happy to approve the changes until we've got all the material before us. Deborah, have you?
Thank you. Yes, I
Just
wasn't
while we're
aware
dealing
of
with that.
that. Let me find that for you and we make sure that we follow up as quickly as possible. Thanks.
Councillor Stella?
Thanks, Minik. Are we also missing page 6?
Yeah. Yes. Councillor Stellard's right. We're missing 2 pages on this report. I'm not prepared to further advance it until councillors have the full documentation for it. What I'd like to do with the leave of council is give Deborah the fair chance to provide a paper copy of those 2 additional pages. I would also like you, I don't want to hold up progress on this. The reason it's important is I'm wanting to get the Finance, Audit and Risk Committee up and running as quickly as possible. I think the right way forward would be just for us to defer this item for a moment, to allow Deborah to provide the additional pages and maybe to give some consideration to the issue of task forces, and then to come back as the last item on the agenda for today for us to try and make progress on it. Are councillors comfortable with me taking that course of action? So this item is deferred until we obtain, if we could just have circulated the paper copies of those and give you, Deborah, the opportunity to find, to give some thought to the task force question. We've established a couple of task forces today that do have non-council members on them, both with respect to the Sequentennial and the Right Tree, Right Place Task Force. And I just wouldn't mind some advice as to whether it's appropriate to include them in this policy or whether we develop a separate policy. So we'll just leave you to do that, and we will move forward to item 11 with Andrew in respect of the City Centre Business Forum. So item 11. While Andrew's coming to the table, can I acknowledge the work of the Deputy Mayor on this piece of work? I want to emphasise, and I'm one of those that has a view that terminology matters. Forums, whether they be our important iwi forum or our climate change forum or this Central City Business Forum, is about relationship building and sharing information, not decision making. Task forces are about tackling particular tasks, and committees are obviously stand over the full term of the committee. I think Andrew, yourself and Deputy Mayor have done a really good job of pulling this together, but just wanted to give that context and that expectation around what a forum should do. Over to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, and just to support what you're saying, working with Deputy Mayor Rohan on pulling this together, very swift and efficient teamwork, I think, which was really, really good. I think the report can speak to itself, but I just want to note one correction, which is in recommendation 2, a correction to the correct file number in there. But otherwise, I'm happy to take any questions on this, and the Deputy Mayor may also wish to comment.
I'm going to invite the Deputy Mayor to give a bit of an overview to the paper. He's the person who's been handed this challenging job and has done significant work on developing these terms of reference.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mayor Nick. Yeah, I mean, I think broadly the paper speaks for itself. This is about creating that greater connection and conversation between council and elected members and the key stakeholders within our central city. There's been some substantial work already done in terms of the conversations around who will sit on this group, what the makeup will be, what it will look like, and already I'm receiving emails for potential topics of discussion. And I think that what that shows is that there's a real desire and demand for engagement and for those conversations where we do have a whole lot of people who care very deeply about the future of our city. And this is an opportunity to bring them further into that conversation. So happy to take any questions on the details.
Can I just add to the comment about the forum and in the recommendations as the community representatives, and just give a quick further perspective. When you're setting up a task force with decision-making powers, council needs to give a lot of careful concern to make sure that it's absolutely representative, because otherwise it can become quite skewed. When it's a forum, in my view, you can be a lot more relaxed about the membership and the makeup of it, because it's about an exchange of views. It doesn't come down to votes around the table. It's very much about that engagement. And I think the Deputy Mayor with Andrew's done a good job of making sure there's a broad range of voices that are going to assist the work of the Central City Forum. Now, I had was it James? No? Sorry, Campbell. I'm mixing up my young councillors.
That's right. And look, Deputy Mayor, through you, Nick, well done. This is great. I was had the pleasure of working in our central city during this week, and I can tell you the people out there are they're nervous about what's ahead. And I actually had someone just yesterday go, what's the council doing in this central city? And I said, well, tune into today's council meeting because they'll find out. I do just have one question. Have we considered adding someone from the disability sector onto that forum? I know they're a key part of our central city, and it'd be nice to see their voice at that table too.
Yes, that conversation, I've got a meeting being booked in with some of our representatives from those communities around that very specific thing. One of the only decision making that the forum itself has is around that membership, so that we can have that flexibility of where we realise, you know, in the course of these conversations, actually we're missing this part of our community, that ability to bring those voices in, but that's conversation that is in train. And I'm hopeful that at our first forum meeting, we might have a representative approved then.
Thanks, Campbell. Are there any other, I should say, Councillor Rollo? Councillor Rainey.
Just a comment, if I may. I've run my business from the central city for 23 years. I'm very happy to be considered to be part of this forum. And I think it's really important, and I echo your comments, Nick, about communication and engagement with the community. And looking at the purpose of the forum, it's to support engagement on council plans, projects and strategies that occur within the city centre. I do hope that the forum will have the flexibility and the ability to consider widening the group, because indeed it would appear, looking through the list of people who are suggested there as community representatives, is that they're generally, vast majority of them are business owners. Now, I understand that, completely support that. But the central city is not just about business, and I don't want that to be a negative thing. I want it to be a positive thing, because there is so much potential for Nelson City. We've had this discussion recently when we were talking about the attributes. It was during our strategy day when we were talking about the attributes of our central city. Of course, it's incredibly important that business is well supported and that business views are held in high regard in regards to matters pertaining to the central city. But there are other things to think about. And I would hope that the forum will have the flexibility, the depth and the foresight to potentially expand, as Campbell has pointed out, to bring other focuses into consideration.
Thanks, Councillor Rainey. Are there any further questions? I'd now open the report up for comments and discussion. You're off the duty, Ed. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. And just to acknowledge what Councillor Rainey said, there was, in the development of this, there was a lot of that conversation. I've got to say, as a city centre resident, we discussed chucking in residents there. But I think what's important to highlight is that this isn't an everything forum. This isn't everything to do with the city centre, and that in its supporting of engagement, it's not excluding all of the other avenues that we do still need to take to have that wider conversation. This is about a specific relationship. And building that relationship, but it's not about precluding or diminishing the other relationships that need to exist within the city centre. I think that everyone in Nelson should have a stake in the future of our city centre. It should be this thriving heart alongside our community hubs for the city. And so it shouldn't be just those who work or own businesses in the city that have a say, and that's not the case. This is about acknowledging that relationship and acknowledging those present challenges that we know are going to be particularly challenging over the next year, without excluding that wider conversation. And that is one that I'm very passionate about. And things like lifting the number of residents, all of those discussions still need to continue on that broader basis. But I think what this does is gives us a first step towards building confidence and trust to be able to deliver on projects. And I think it's worth acknowledging that council has not always carried the trust of city centre businesses, and that has actually hindered our ability to make changes on the ground. And if we want to be a council that delivers, we need to be a council that's trusted and that has respect for those relationships.
Councillor Courtney.
Well, I don't know whether I need to add anything to that now, because my thoughts are along those lines exactly. I had down here to build trust. I'm totally and utterly in support of this, to build confidence and relationships and to take them on the journey. I think there's been a feeling in the past that they had been forgotten, when they are a very important part of our whole community. They employ people, they create employment, they generate business, they attract visitors to Nelson and to the central city, and they just so desperately want to be a part of that and to be properly informed and taken on the journey. So I'm very in support of this.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. A perspective from myself. Firstly, If we are to revitalise the city, we need to be honest about the limitation of resources that we have as council. We represent only about 4% of the capital investment. And the only way in which we are going to ensure a vibrant city in future is that whether they be property owners or businesses, that they have the confidence to invest. And so for me, this forum is very much about building confidence in those people that have got skin in the game, that we understand them, that we want to work with them, and that we want private sector as well as public sector investment in the city. I think the forum is deliberately called the City Centre Business Forum. Now, we are not giving it decision-making authority for the very reason that it is not only business that has an interest in the central city. There are all sorts of other people that have an interest as well. But the primary purpose of this business forum is to build that confidence that we in council want to work with them to grow private sector investment. I think this forum is going to be particularly important when all of the economic data shows that our central city is going into a period where both the retailers and the hospitality sector are having a hard time. And so for my view, a further purpose of the forum is to make sure that we are understanding their challenges as we make our decisions about the infrastructure investment, about the civic investment, and the other things that we do in the central city. I'm very supportive of the work the Deputy Mayor has done, supportive of the terms of reference, and actually see it as one of the first steps along a broader picture of what we want to do in the central city. Councillor Brand.
So I'm just seeking a clarification about that membership, because I have spoken with a number of different businesses who have some ideas and opportunities that they would like to explore in a city, but they sort of strike the reserves and the other acts within our thing. So what staff is it that's actually part of this membership group? Because I feel that some of the questions and queries that I've had from those business owners actually fall under certain areas of our council staff.
So there is no staff membership of the committee. There is going to be staff support for it. But I'd also view it as a place to collect those things and then go and seek answers, not necessarily the forum to directly engage in that conversation, acknowledging that each business's specific engagement with staff can be quite different. I'd also just comment in terms of the membership itself. I do need to acknowledge Simon Duffy, manager of Uniquely Nelson, for his support in bringing together and having a lot of those on the ground conversations around what that membership should look like. But in terms of that sort of pathway between staff and business owners, I think this is something that can help and support that, but isn't the direct route of coming in to ask those specific questions, but more a place that those can be accumulated and helped to shuffle through that process.
Okay, just to clarify that then through the Mayor, is we had a lot of work done last term with Andrew Gray and Lisa Giovanelli and the team, but also there was people from the community services group with Andrew Petheram and stuff that have had a lot of contact with those businesses and their ideas and the impact of how that works within our city centre. So how does that then tie into this development of this conversation? How do you see that?
I'm happy for you to answer that. And also, Andrew, feel free, with you being the senior manager working with it. Yeah, I think it would be helpful. We sort of more than relaxed about it. I think it really is important. The points that Councillor Brand are raising is how does it interact with the staff? Us being clear about that are perfectly reasonable questions. And I'm happy for both Rohan and Andrew to give a response to your point.
Thank you.
Andrew.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Through you. So it's early days, but the way I've been thinking about it is that, that this is a forum for engagement, and council deals with many, many different activities in the central city. So if you think about the value of this forum, it's a discussion forum where a range of different matters might be discussed, and a range of different expertises from council might be required to assist with that discussion as well. So that's my theoretical thinking about this. To provide the best value we possibly can to the discussion, we would need to bring people, whether they're internal staff people or, as the terms of reference talk about, stakeholders, along to engage in those discussions so we can get the best value from it. So I think it will be a little organic in the way that it operates. And no doubt, as you're saying, some of those things that have been talked about previously and there's been progress made on, we would expect to see some continuation of that progress through these discussions. So I hope does that answer your question, Councillor Brand?
Yeah, the organic word sort of covered it. Thank you.
Yeah, just to echo that is in the development of this and in the conversations has been actually we didn't want super rigid terms of reference because as much as we want to shape this, we also want the members of the forum to be able to shape and actually say what's going to be the most effective way. But I'm sure that we'll be dragging whatever staff we need along for the effective running of business.
Councillor Rainey.
Thank you. And I echo the comments that have come from around the table in terms of council support for the business and the retail sector. It's tremendously important. But let's not move away from the reality of the situation, which is that this city is crying out for infrastructural investment. We've heard this time and time again in the last few years especially. It's crying out for infrastructural investment. And there is no getting away from the reality that a huge chunk of that infrastructural investment is going to be from the Nelson City Council. Potentially, we've got this building to consider. We've got potentially a new community hub to consider. Whatever happens, we have to house 200 to 300 staff in the CBD, I'm presuming. There are other considerations about infrastructural investment in the city that is public, not private. And whilst I'm completely supportive of the thrust of what you've been pushing forward here and take on board the comments from Councillor Courtney and others around the table, consideration of the central city is wide. If we're looking at hundreds of millions of dollars in public investment in infrastructure, it's not just about supporting the retail and business sector, it's about our city, the urban design, the way that it flows, the way that it works, trying to attract more people to come and live in it. It's a very broad thing. And I'm really, really looking forward to getting the interaction from the group of people that you've listed down here on those issues, which are very wide. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rainey. Any further comments? Oh, Councillor Pakai.
Basically, one silly question to the chair. What is the Nelson City Centre business? Do we define it? Do we got the streets? Is
Purpose, number one in the terms of reference.
To identify that.
Collingwood, Halifax, Selwyn, Rutherford.
Right. Okay.
I hate using the term 4 avenues because it sounds very Christchurch.
Yes.
I sort of an aversion to the 4 avenue view of the world, but that's the context of it. The other bit that I'd invite the Deputy Mayor and those to think about is you're going to have a tension between how big you make the forum. Make it too big and it'll become ineffective. On the other hand, there's a wide group to engage. I think the forum should keep an open mind about whether having a summit or something else that allows a broader level of engagement while having a focus group working on the forum might be a way forward. They'll be considered issues for Rowan, the staff and the forum members to take some consideration too. My counsel would be don't make it too big because I think it'll lose its focus, but equally so make sure that you've got the opportunity for a broader engagement with some opportunities such as a summit or the like, where other people are able to engage. Any other?
So I wasn't quite finished. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Paki. I cut across in the
I just want to ask that question because then I wanted to sort of identify like this. In my mind, there's two types of businesses that operate in the city centre. Those that do business, direct business with the general public in the city, and those who have offices that don't necessarily engage with the general public. So things like retail and our hospo and those guys, that direct. And I wonder, and I would really encourage the membership for the second group of those that have offices and things that don't necessarily do that on-street business are included in on this, because they're really critical to the ones who do street business, because they buy their lunches, they do shopping, they habitat the streets and that. And the reason why I sort of bring that up, the first question was where the parameters are, is to make sure that that we encompass those other businesses that are on those satellites that wouldn't necessarily be the shopfront businesses that we see. And the groups that I was involved in 20 odd years ago in the city centre all seem to come from actually mostly hospo groups, because they needed those feet on the street. So just a point of consideration. Kia ora.
Kia ora, good point. Councillor Benj.
Thank you. Councillor Paki has answered some of what I was going to ask. The other thing is that, and can I answer Councillor Paki through you, is Wakatoan Corporation a property developer?
Kia ora through the chair. As I understand it, they are a property developer and a very significant owner of land within the Nelson CBD.
Okay, because that's another side to it. There's all the legal firms and banks that the city centre is very important to, and I think you should have had somebody on here. And the other was somebody with property development knowledge, because anything that you talk about and decide is going to need that piece coloured in for you, because you can't assume it as a...
I think it's essential. Wakatoan Corporation is on the forum. They are one of the largest property owners. They've actually also delivered some very positive projects in the CBD. Secondly, I noticed that Paul Vining from Bailey's, Paul has been extensively involved in the development of accommodation in the CBD. And I wish to make plain that in my expectations of the City Centre Business Forum, that it is going to be engaged with those people that have got the capital, property and the know-how to build some of the intensification in the city that we want in the city. Any other questions? Did you want to make any closing remarks as the architect of the Central City Business Forum?
No, other than, maybe we'll consider bringing back an architect of Nelson. And I think Pete Rainey would love that role, but I'm also going to be gunning for it. No, I'd just say that, I acknowledge everything that's been said. We want this to be a dynamic, changing thing, but also acknowledging that this is just one part of the conversation, an important part, but it's not excluding all of the other parts of the conversation that will still be ongoing. And, I'd welcome councillors to sit in and engage and join me, not just in engaging in this way, but also on the ground, getting out there and having those conversations, because as Councillor Courtney knows, that trust and that respect of relationship is really key to everything that we do as a council. And that's what we want to continue to grow and develop here.
Thanks very much. And again, can I compliment the Deputy Mayor on the work that he's done on this. I'm excited about its potential. It's incredibly important to the city. I have taken, can I just check? Have I had a mover and a seconder? No. I've not. I'd like the Deputy Mayor to move it. Is there somebody prepared to second? Thank you, Councillor Rollo. All those in favour of the resolution, the adoption of the terms of reference shown in the recommendations 1 and 2, item 11, please say aye. Aye. Thank you, and carried. Can I just check that Councillor have now received the circulated amended document on the policy on appointment and remuneration from Deborah? Does everybody have that in front of them? My view is I'd like to deal with that item now that we have the complete paperwork. So I am reverting to item 10. Councillor Brand.
Can we just adjourn for 5 minutes to read it?
Yeah, good
Is-
idea.
Thank
We'll
you.
take our 5 minute break early from 11:25 to 11:30 to enable councillors to do just as Councillor Brand suggested. Returning to item 10 with respect to the policy on the appointment and remuneration of ex-dental appointees. I've just had a quick chat with the Chief Executive. This policy currently does not cover non-council members of task forces. Our view is that to try and rush a decision to include it in the policy today would not get the best outcome. Some of the task force members will be doing some quite intensive work. So, for instance, I actually think you're going to have a heck of a lot of work to do, given the complexity issues of the forestry task force. Whereas for something like the sequentennial, it might be a lower level of work rate. And so before we determine the appropriate remuneration levels, I'd like to do that at the March meeting and not bring it into the discussion of these committees. The principal reason we do need to deal with this paper today is we're keen to make progress on the establishment of the Finance, Audit and Risk Committee. So subject to councillors being comfortable, I want to defer the consideration of task force members' remuneration and focus us solely on this. And we've helpfully had the full paper now with pages 2 and 6 included, and pass back over to yourself, Deborah, both for you to give a quick explanation and then for members to be able to pursue further questions on the policy.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and thank you for providing the opportunity to make sure that you all had the full document. My apologies for that unintended absence of the 2 pages. So I've touched already on the 2 sort of prime changes that have been made to the policy. Councillor Stellard raised a really interesting question to me during the break, so I just wanted to raise that briefly so you have an understanding of an assumption that's being made, I suppose. That's in relation to the new 4.2.1. In the event that the appointment to be made is for the chair of a committee or subcommittee, the mayor will appoint an appropriate third panellist. The assumption that's been made is that the outgoing chair would not automatically be a part of the interview panel, but there's nothing in that particular clause as it stands currently that would preclude the mayor from appointing the outgoing chair as that panellist if they felt it appropriate. So, Councillor Stella, does that sort of cover off the question that you raised?
Yeah, thank you for saying it was an interesting question.
Yeah, no, I like these things.
Yeah, I just wonder if we need to state, as you say, it's at the discretion of the mayor, or whether an outgoing chair is by default not on the panel.
So here's the bit. You've got a chair of Finance, Audit and Risk. That person chooses to stand down. You're in the process of appointing a new person. I would prefer not to automatically have to have the outgoing chair as a member of the appointment panel. I'd prefer to have the discretion. There could be circumstances when it's appropriate to, there could be circumstances when it's not. So I would prefer the policy have the discretion. I remind that all these appointments come to full council. It's about, in section 4 is the panel and interview process. Any other questions? The substantive point for me that's relevant is the rates of remuneration from ratepayers' funds. In my view, for a committee chair, particularly for a role like Finance, Audit and Risk, the remuneration of $12,840 per annum for an organisation that has the turnover that we have and the regulatory risk to be the chair of that at that rate is getting exceptionally good value for money for the ratepayer, I might say. If you go into the private sector and you look at the sort of rates that people would do it, my view is that the person is providing a substantive public service, and those Finance, Audit and Risk committees actually have some of the greatest risk for professional directors.
Happy to move if you haven't already had someone move this item.
Moved by Councillor Skinner. Was your finger indicating you'd be prepared to second?
I'll second the last question too. That way. Important it is, say in my view,
apologies for the error. It's 16,000 for the chair, 12,840 for the member. I misread the paper. I'm sorry. I misled you, Councillor.
I'm a lot more comfortable now.
Yeah, actually, with your leave, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to defer to the Group Manager of Corporate Services on that. We've had a number of discussions over the last few years in terms of the setting of these rates.
Nikki, are you confident we're going to be able to secure the professional skills we need within the organisation? Because I think that's at the heart of Councillor Courtney's question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you say I'm comfortable with that level.
Councillor Stella.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Look, just to return to earlier point, apologies. And my understanding, Nick, is that you said you'd prefer the Mayor to have discretion about appointing an extra person on the panel. I think the wording doesn't give you that discretion. The wording says the Mayor will appoint an appropriate third panelist. So the wording is saying a sitting chair does not have the option to continue on to the panel.
Can you just clarify your interpretation of the new policy for us, please, Deborah, on Councillor Stallard's question? Would the Mayor have the discretion to appoint an existing chair onto a panel under the way in which 4.21 and so on is worded?
As I read it, there would be that it wouldn't automatically be assumed that the outgoing chair would be the third panelist. The Mayor would have the discretion. To be fair, I did draft the wording, so there's a possible blind spot there, and I would be comfortable if increased specificity that the outgoing chair would not automatically be assumed to be a member of that panel was added. That would be fine.
Would you like to see that clarification added, Councillor Stallard? You're quite happy with it as is?
If your opinion is that the Mayor has a discretion, then I'm happy with it as is.
Okay. Did you have a point, Deputy Mayor? No? Everybody comfortable? I think I have had this resolution moved and seconded. I think I had it moved by... Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. Councillor's going to move it. It was seconded by Councillor Courtney. Is there any further debate or questions that member have on the paper? Thank Deborah for her work. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Carried. We now move to item number 12 on the agenda. I would note that on Zoom, we have our Water Services Manager, Phil Ruffle, over to answer questions. This is obviously a huge issue for Council. And I would like to format it in a way that enables us in the first to be a bit more strict around questions of our staff, and then for us to have the discussion around what's included in the submissions. I note, and very helpfully, a number of councillors sent through some suggestions around changing wording. And Councillor Stella has made some changes that I'm keen to incorporate in the submission. What I'd prefer to do is to have the questions of staff, and then when we break out of the staff questions, to then have the discussion about some of the amendments specifically to the submission. So over to you, Alec, to Phil, and you may want to make some opening comments and then want to have a broad range of questions of our team.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. So, look, the report is quite simple and I think self-explanatory. There are no changes to the report. I'm not going to go through the background. We all know where we've been, and it's clearly articulated on page 2 of the report. There are 2 submissions in front of you, and they relate to the legislation bill and the Economic Efficiency and Consumer Protection Bill. Those have closing dates very, very soon. And the reason that's in front of the council at the moment is to get your sign off on that. So without taking up much more of the council's time, I'm happy to answer any questions.
I'm going to be controversial and kick off the questioning. Firstly to you, Alec, and then to Phil Ruffle. can you provide clarity to council, and equally so for our community, around the performance of our water treatment plant? The substantive government's justification for the Three Waters reforms has been the Havelock North incident that occurred. Can you provide specific information as to how many incidents has Nelson City had since the commissioning of our water treatment plant of either notifiable diseases or adverse tests on the quality of drinking water that were provided for Nelson's 57,000 inhabitants?
So through you, Mayor Nick. Look, I'll break that question up into two aspects. I think there's the source, the treatment, and then there's a reticulation, and I'll get Phil to answer your second question. And I've stated this on many occasions. Our water treatment plant is accepted worldwide as one of the best technologies that you can apply to the treatment of water. That was done in about 2004, and before that, the residents of Nelson had to boil their water. Since we've had our water treatment plant, the water that is leaving that water treatment plant on its way to the city is of the highest quality and has been since 2004 in every respect. There is absolutely no chance that anything can leave that water treatment plant and into a system that is of a questionable quality. We do draw the distinction between supply and reticulation, and obviously within our reticulation we undertake a lot of works. Pipes break, we fix leaks. As you can see, we put in backflow prevention measures in, and we chlorinate our water. We test our water vigorously. I think we go above and beyond in terms of the requirements, in terms of what we need to do for testing. But in terms of the notifiable diseases, there have been none that have been recorded that have been attributable to anything that is either within our system or coming from the water treatment plant. A requirement of the drinking water standards and the new standards by Tamataro Whai, Arawai, require us to, where we have a record of indiscretions within our reticulation system, that we do issue boil water notices, but we have had one or two of those, and those have been attributable to testing regimes, and certainly nothing within the reticulation. So we have an excellent track record, and I'll probably leave it at that.
So just be absolutely clear, has there been any incidents of a notifiable disease of any Nelsonian that has been attributable to the Nelson drinking water system in the last 20 years?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
And the second question I have is in respect of the testing, and this may be an appropriate question for Phil, what sort of number of test samples do we take of the drinking water for Nelson? And again, my question is, and how many times over the last 20 years has there been a negative outcome, a substandard test sample?
Nick, I'll let Phil answer that question.
Mr. Mayor, we test our network hundreds of times during the year. We test all our reservoirs for chlorine residuals. We have permanent chlorine residual instruments within our network, which are monitored 24 hours a day. And we do spot samples all around the network. They vary, that we even vary the locations of those every 3 months. We do get the occasional E. coli. We've virtually always attributed those simply to sampling issues. Our sampling places are out in the environment, and they have to go through a very rigorous process to take a sample to get tested. But occasionally when it's raining, it's very, very difficult to do that. So we have, I think, I agree with Alec, I think we have an exceptional water supply system and testing regime.
Thank you. Other questions from councillors as we work through our submission on the Water Services Bill? Can I be cheeky again for clarity if there's not others? And that is, under the bill, what surprised me is the compulsion for council to send out the bills to residents and ratepayers for the charges that are determined by Water Entity C. Does it require that to be sent out in the same envelope as our rates? Or is it far more flexible than that? Make it plain. I object to the notion of the Nelson City Council having to send out bills for amounts that we don't set. But I'm interested to know how specific is the bill in the new provision that compels us to bill households for Water Entity C's charging regime.
Through you, Mayor Nick, look, I don't think we know that detail other than they expect us to do the billing, but whether it goes out in the same or separately, I honestly, I don't think they have a view in terms of that. I don't potentially think that they've thought that far, to be totally honest, and I've looked at my colleagues and I think they have the same view. We haven't got into that detail.
Can I refine my question and tell you where I'm coming from? If the bill goes out with the rates bill, then the 13 elected representatives around this table get the heat. But it would be less costly that way. That is to send it in the same envelope and to have the same system. If the bill is sent separately, so we're providing a service and using our database, but it comes in a separate envelope and is run on a separate system, it's more expensive, but it avoids the confusion for the ratepayer as what charge is being set around this table as compared with from Wellington or further afield. My question, does the council have the right to say, no, we're not going to put it in our envelope with our rates. It only creates political confusion about what responsibility for. Under the bill as drafted, do we have the capacity to say to the government and Water Entity C, no, we're not putting it in with the rates. We're going to, if you want us to do it, we'll do it, but we'll do it as a separate account.
Nick, there's nothing in the bill that goes into that detail, but certainly as a group, we share your concerns in terms of, and we've debated this many times, putting in with the same and the council is getting the complaints about the water and whether we do it separately. But no, the bill does not go into that detail and is prescriptive. So I presume that that'll be a discussion for a later date in terms of how we think we should be doing it.
Councillor Bench.
To follow on from that, which could be more importantly, who's in charge of collecting arrears?
If somebody, and I tell you, I think there will be some ratepayer revolt as a consequence of these reforms, particularly with the identification in the thought piece that was published by Dennis Bush-King, pointing out that this legislation offends that basic principle of no taxation without representation. So I think Matthew's question, Councillor Benge's question is a very good one, and that is if someone refuses to pay the bill, is it the council's job or is it Water Entity C's job to then chase up that person, potentially going all his way as to forcing a mortgagee sale on a person's property because they haven't paid their water bill? Thank you.
Through the chair, I can answer that one. So it is in the legislation that councils are not responsible for enforcement of any debt, and it will be the responsibility of the entities.
Fuel, some relief. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, through me, Nick. I have a cheeky question, and I did send it through and I did get an answer. So I think Lindsay may wish to do it, but I think it's worth asking for the benefit of the public. So from reading the report and the submission, in the report it states that officers have prepared the submission. During our last term on council, officer and CE advice was in support of the reforms. This submission is kind of unequivocally not in support of the reforms, and I just wondered if there is new information that materially alters this advice from officers.
good question and a fair one. And I'm going to ask both the Chief Executive, Alec and Phil, to all three comment on it because it is material and significant. We should be quite upfront. The position that is taken in the proposed submission is very different to what was previously submitted by the Nelson City Council. And that's where Councillor's question is important. Chief Executive.
Yes, Mayor, Councillor. Thank you for prior notice of the question. I can't really speak to the politics. The previous council developed a position which I actually note was inconsistent with the majority of the feedback its citizens gave it. So there was almost not exactly diametrically opposed, but somewhat opposing views within this offering that came from the council to the government in the first round. I think what you're seeing now is that now we see the water services legislation in detail and the economic efficiency and consumer protection bill in some detail. We're seeing a number of red flags being raised for us, which warrant more precise consideration than we've been able to give hitherto. So in summary, there was a generic proposition that the previous council put forward in its submission to government. Now that we see some of the detail, including in relation to our reserve lands, to the status of our CCTOs, we really do have to focus down on the impact of those on our organisation and our community, and that has shifted officers' thinking in relation to those matters.
Alec, would you like to comment?
Nick, look, I don't think I've got anything further to add to our Chief Executive. I think the decisions sitting around this table are the decisions of the elected members. It's a different council, and what was then, and where we are is where we are. That's a political decision, and I won't comment further on that. I think from a technical aspect, the two bills have highlighted, and we're now getting into the detail, and our submission on specifically relating to the two bills addresses specifics, but as to the differences between the two councils, I will leave it at that.
I am interested in a comment from Phil Ruffle. Phil has been a professional working in the water services space for a very long time. And Phil, we employ people with your expertise because we would like your free and frank opinions, even when we may not agree with them. And so we'd be interested in your perspective on Three Waters as a long-time local authority water professional.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. The oddest thank you I've ever had, but never mind. I think he feels he's been passed the hospital pass. You're allowed to pass on it if you would prefer. But I think we would be remiss not to hear a faint perspective.
Well, all right. Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm strongly in favour of Tasman and Nelson linking their particularly their water and wastewater activities. I think from my perspective, it would make life a great deal more manageable for us, particularly planning growth and response to emergency events if we did that. I'm not so in favour of these very large entities. I understand entirely the need for large entities to be able to raise sufficient capital to deal with some of the challenges we're facing. But golly, you know, I look at that Brightwater Bridge, Mr. Mayor, and it took an extraordinary amount of effort to get a piece of infrastructure that was necessary for the wider community to be constructed under the Transit New Zealand type model, big centralised model. So I strongly support some change. I'm just not so in favour of the one that's currently being proposed, and I think that's enough.
Thanks, Mr. Ruffle. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. So
That
then,
sort of address your question?
you know, no, that's really great. I really appreciate that. And it's great to have a frank response from staff. I appreciate it. So I had another question, which is maybe for the task force or for yourself, Mayor Nick, which was just that I get the sense that there is some recognition from officers, from many of us around the table, that some kind of Three Waters reform and consideration of doing, you know, how we adequately fund renewals and replacements, and you know, whether there needs to be some form of aggregation is relevant. And I'm just wondering whether the wording in the submission could be a little more nuanced, because it's just really, I think I did send that through to you, just, you know, whether it could say aspects of the reform direction and model rather than just the, basically Three
It
Waters
could, and there'll
reform.
be appropriate time to have a bit more debate while we have the officials here. The question I'm more than happy to answer is, as the chair of the task force and as mayor, what do I think would be sensible water reform that would work for Nelson? My view is I believe the model that we have with entities like Port Company, with the entities like the airport, with entities like our Heritage Trust, where we have arm's length organisations with specialist skills to be able to run large entities, actually serves the community's interests well. And there is strong democratic accountability, both in this council controlling the appointments of those people and providing them with clear expectations and statements of intent. And that provides a good democratic balance. So my preferred option would be an expansion of the Nelson Tasman business unit that we currently have for wastewater into a entity, Nelson Tasman Water. For those that say that it's not large enough, I'd remind you it would have a balance sheet of over $1.5 billion, about 5 times the size of the Port Company. It would be a really big entity. The reason that I think that it makes sense, it was sort of a reflection of Phil's comments, of which I'm in the same place. And that is that for managing wastewater and drinking water, there is so much interaction between the water catchments and natural water bodies in Nelson Tasman that it makes a logical boundary for it. I do not share that same view with Marlborough, in that I do not see any physical pipes between Nelson and Marlborough over the foreseeable future, the next 50 years, and so don't see that necessity for it. So I think it's important, if you're going to critique a reform, that you offer a credible alternative, and that is why my credible alternative would be a 100% owned by ratepayers Nelson Tasman water entity with full responsibility for our wastewater and water systems. Any further questions? On that basis, I'll release Alex. Thank Phil for coming on board. Thank you for your help. We'll now come to the submission itself. The way I'd like to format the discussion would be for us to work on some specific amendments, and Councillor Stallard has provided some quite specific ones. Wherever possible, try and incorporate that into it. Then after we've got as many of those specific amendments sorted, then allow a wide-ranging debate for councillors to express their view. Are people comfortable moving their way forward? Could I, because Councillor Stallard has quite specifically provided for his amendments, would it be possible to bring up on the screen so all councillors can see the amendment on the front end that Councillor Stallard has suggested? Sorry? Oh, it takes a while to bring up the actual submission? Why don't I give you the opportunity to speak to it, Councillor Stallard? That was your first set of amendments on the front end of the submission.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. So I think the first few sentences where we summarise our position, they should accurately represent the views around the table. And whether we're talking about the overall feel of the submission or specific points, I'm not sure that there's a unanimous view. So I was just wanting to change the wording somewhat to include, to acknowledge that there is a range of views around the table. So, for example, rather than saying we do not support, changing to the majority of councillors do not support, and also perhaps a sentence that captures a lot of it, to say something like this submission represents the majority view of council, but there is a diversity of views on some of the points raised in the submission. So you just I think that would more accurately reflect the views of the council.
I'm happy with both of those amendments at the front end that just give that clarity. This is not a one think establishment. There is a diversity of views. And I would like us to, I'm supportive of both of the amendments that Councillor Stallard has wanted to make. Are there any other amendments? We're just trying to get the wording clarified. Sure. Is it possible, what I'll do is I'll get the a paper copy. They're not able to put up on the screen the amendments that's been suggested by Councillor Stallard. Just get them photocopied off so all councillors can see them. Councillor Stallard.
Just quick through there, Nick. Councillor Stallard's additions to that, you foresee that as being stated in your letter from the Mayor that you're sending, or as in part of that recommendation bullet points?
The submission is my name as Mayor, but I want the submission to be fairly representative of the views of the 13 elected representatives around the council table. Now, there is a presumption, which I think, and I've taken this just from people's remarks, that there is a majority around the council table who broadly support the submission, albeit there'll be some bits of it that they have a range of views. At the workshop, we tried to work through, and people note that there's been quite substantive changes and from what was discussed at the workshop from here, where I've tried to incorporate as many of the changes that are there. Any other further questions? This is about suggestions of other amendments to wordings. I will allow, even though I'm going to change, I'm now going to allow a debate on the submission to give councillors the opportunity to express their views. Because you haven't got Councillor Stallard's amendments in front of you, when that's circulated, I'll then allow people to express any specific views on those amendments that I've indicated my support for. So I'm now putting the full submission open for debate. Councillor Starr.
I'd be happy to move, when you're going to debate, I'd be happy to move your letter or your submission to the central government that as you've outlined it. I realise there'll be some additions happening potentially, but if you need someone to move it, I'll be happy to move.
Thanks,
this is what you've taken, which I totally support.
Is there somebody that's prepared to second? Thank you, Councillor Brand. Effectively, the resolution's now up for debate. Would you like to speak to it?
Now speak to that. Yeah, I think it was incredibly well written. Me and Nick, I was going through the letter and I thought this would be a difficult one to put, but each of the points there, I think defined very clearly the concerns in the past leading up to decision of central government water reform, and since when it's come back on some more of the fish hooks, you might say, that have appeared from it. So no, I'm completely supportive of what you're there, and that I think very much reflects the view of the public.
Other comments? Councillor Hodgson.
Yeah, I mean, these reforms are absolutely massive, and it's been a lot to wrap my head around. I'm sure for many of us would say the same thing. But I think what's been made pretty clear is the views of our community in particular around the direction of the reforms. And I think that these submissions are a really, really good attempt at accurately reflecting the broader view of our community. So I think we've done a great job there, and I'm supportive of these submissions.
Okay. Councillor Courtney.
Well, my position has been clear on this right from the get-go. I saw red flags right at the very beginning of this process when we were offered 20,000, I think it was. We didn't have to, no, it was 5,000, was it originally? $5,000. And I thought, 5 million, that's right, at the very, very beginning, $5 million. And you don't have to give it back. First of all, rightly, it's taxpayers' money. Red flag, $5 million, you don't have to give it back. A second red flag, and you can opt in or out. A third red flag, and I thought, goodness gracious me, I will go and talk to the government without being paid $5 million. Absolutely, I don't need that incentive. And of course, things have sort of deteriorated since then. These assets are our assets owned by the Nelson community, paid for them and maintained by an amazing set of engineers and water engineers over the years. And we've got to fight like never before to hold these assets. 2/3 of our asset base ripped away if this proceeds in the form that it was originally proposed, and now but it's a moving feast. It's changing all the time. You couldn't opt out after a while, and they were wanting guidance, and we were giving them guidance, taking an inordinate amount of time. Here of council staff, 12 at one point, when I asked our chief executive at the time how many were employed on the three waters, 12 people. I thought, my goodness, are we going to get reimbursed for those people's time and salaries? And yes, we hope so. It'll come out in the wash up. Well, I thought, oh, wash up, you know, the water will dirty, I think, by the time we get to the wash up stage. Look, Mr. Mayor, we have to speak up. We have that responsibility to the people of Nelson to voice this, our opposition to it. It's absolute theft, and I don't want to get too emotional about it, but I just think it's basically wrong, and we have done a tremendous job. It's been confirmed here today with our water services. Tremendous job. The engineers over the time that have worked, and I can think of all of them, fantastically qualified people, have done their very, very best, and we've got, I think we are the second least to benefit from these changes that are proposed. Second least community to benefit. And that tells me a lot about the water services that we have. I think your suggestion, Mayor Nick, of a regional water entity for Nelson Tasman is an excellent one, and I would support that. We've got to go into this with some sort of contribution that we can credibly say, well, look, no, we don't support this and that. And yes, you have amended and I've made a lot of changes. I grant that. They have, but it's not a good look as far as I'm concerned. You either come out with a proposal and you sell it, but you don't keep on changing and whittling it down to satisfy this group and that group. You come and you move forward with it. No, we are trimming our proposal, the government's proposal, and now we've got it before us and we're reacting to it in a letter from the Mayor today. I support your letter. I support your proposal that that you want us to consider perhaps sometime in the future as a credible alternative. And I think it's a very credible alternative that we combine our two water systems here in Nelson and Tasman as one. And I think the community would see the sense in that and support it. So that's where I lie.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. Next is Councillor Brandt.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Like Councillor Courtney, I myself have objected to the Three Waters reform from the start, not for the intent of what it wanted to achieve, because everybody does have the right to access that water, and the example of what happened in Havelock is devastating, especially with the loss of life because the infrastructure had not been upgraded, maintained or invested in by their local council, and that the feedback from some public had been ignored. So that was an absolute travesty of what happened there. So I understand why central government feel the need that a more centralised or a collaborative approach needs to be enforced to ensure that that doesn't happen again. However, I disagreed with the model. I've explained why I've disagreed with the model all the way through. The examples that they provided to show why there would be savings from Tasmanian Water and other Aussie water entities over the education period of why this was a good model to use, they expressed that it was not a good model. They fell flat because they didn't work with their communities in the first 5 years and they ignored them. So therefore, there was no cost savings. It actually cost more. There was also no benefit in the first 5 years because they didn't work with the water users and find a solution. Instead, they ploughed through and thought that they were on the right method, which was more towards privatisation than it was towards the benefit of the community. One of the Wellington water care people who now works for either the Tasman or one of the South Australian water entities was part of the Wellington group that started that reform for this back in the early 1990s. And he expressed that if New Zealand had not changed the model that was presented from the 1990s, that we were setting ourselves up for failure. He looked over the model that we had been presenting to our community this time and showed that we had not taken the feedback from our country to address and modify the reform that had started back in the early 1990s. Therefore, he felt that the government of the day needed to take on board the feedback from the public and make some adjustments to the model. That was ignored. The other things that I have now seen with the latest changes that have come through is that the administrative centralisation costs are not a savings because they are now saying that council needs to send out the water accounts with our letterhead, but they will do the enforcement. One, that doesn't show any savings. Two, it sends a confusing message to our public over who is actually enforcing the rate, the water costs, but also who they are paying. And it sends a convoluted kind of impression that it is the council instead of the entity. The other thing that I feel is a little bit misleading at the moment, and I'm waiting, as I'm sure many others are, with bated breath of our latest Prime Minister, with his update on what the reforms will be moving, as he has indicated the last 2 days, that there will be some changes, but not actually withdrawal of the or repeal of the reform, but there will be some modifications. So I'm sure we are all sitting with bated breath on what that actually means. However, with the proposal of the submission to go forward, I'm full support of this because I do not believe that our government have got it right on this occasion.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. Councillor Rainey.
Thanks, Amanda. This issue, to say this issue is a movable feast is probably the understatement of the century. And as we all know, we don't know what the final iteration will be in terms of what the current government will put forward, given that some things have already been passed. Nick, I support the vast majority of the things that you brought up in this letter. I do agree that they are items that need to be brought to the fore. And I do accept that Nelson City could absolutely be an autonomous entity in regards to Three Waters. And indeed, in many respects, that would be probably the most beneficial outcome for Nelson City ratepayers. However, I'm not only a citizen of Nelson, I'm also a citizen of New Zealand. And I think that's a tremendously important thing that is lost on many people who criticise the Three Waters process. I think it's incredibly unfortunate when a motive language like asset grab is brought into the conversation. I really do. Now, I'm just looking at the Stuff website, literally minutes ago. We are days away from Cyclone Gabriel about to hit the northern part of New Zealand, well, potentially as far as Nelson is concerned. Auckland and the northern part of the country is reeling from what happened 2 weeks ago. The water infrastructure is groaning, probably still under the impact, and yet we have got potentially a grade 2 cyclone about to hit New Zealand. Now, at what point does that impact on water infrastructure transfer from being Auckland's issue to being New Zealand's issue? And I think that's absolutely the pertinent point here, because indeed, we can all go, oh, no, it's not my problem. That's Auckland's problem. Don't want to know about it. Don't want to know about it. But actually, if we took that attitude with all of the things that we look at from a national perspective, I don't think that would be a great position to be in. So I do think that Three Waters is a national issue. I do think it's something that we need to take on as a whole country. And I look forward to finding out what actually happens in the long run. But I can tell you now, I hate to think what's going to happen in this coming week in terms of the infrastructure in Auckland, and whether we're going to turn a blind eye to that as citizens of Nelson and go, oh, well, that's their problem, not our problem. Because in the long run, these issues are going to become our problem right around the country. In saying that, I know that the cyclone will pass before Saturday, the 18th of February, because that's when Opera in the Park happens, and it's going to be fine.
We're going to hold you personally responsible if the weather goes foul for Opera for the Park, Pete. Councillor Rainey. Any other contributions? Councillor Pakipaki. Yours picked my eye first, but I'm more than happy to take cool.
Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to bring into one of the thoughts about the Treaty of Waitangi, in particular, attention to the taonga and our governorship, our kawanatanga, and our tino rangatiratanga over those particular assets is being diluted again. The Treaty of Waitangi settlements process was set up to allow to address and redress the grievances of Māori across the country, and the only way that they were going to be able to do that was to attend to the regional iwi authorities, the mana whenua of each of those iwi. So the Treaty of Waitangi Tribunal went around the country and they dealt with them individually. This centralisation, I agree in terms of the mechanism that it provides will give us a lot of security and make it a lot more safer across the board. But why is it with things like this that suddenly we're decentralising it? And iwi into the top of the south, because I agree with the letter wholeheartedly, our iwi here then have their mana being diluted, because our region goes all the way up to just below Gisborne there. And the iwi here are not the iwi that the Crown has been dealing with as compartmentalising the redress for the Treaty of Waitangi. So we're going backwards on that again, and we're all we're doing is we're diluting contribution and control and the ability for Māori to have say regionally within their own iwi authorities. I think it's important for us to highlight that as well, because I know that our iwi are very much in favour of us being able to control what we control here in this region, and for them to have, I'm not going to say other iwi, just other iwi, particular iwi up on our blue coast up there, having a say on what happens in our region diminishes our mana for this area. So there's a lot of other components that I have that are all part and parcel of it, but it's really that principle that we have where do our iwi sit in this? And it seems to me we're doing it again. We've got another generation of us doing it again, pulling it away. So thoughts? Go.
Sure. Councillor Sanson.
I guess I just wanted to endorse Councillor Rainey and Councillor Pakipaki's comments. I don't need to add anything further. Thanks.
Councillor Sallard.
Thank you, Mayor. Just perspective, I was speaking to the submission itself, and the perspective from someone who's on the task force, just to let other councillors know, there was quite good open debate about the submission, and many changes were made in response to the opinions given. And so I certainly acknowledge me and Nick for taking on board, making great effort, taking on board all the views and responding really quickly and you know, to change that submission to accommodate the views. So I think that process went really well. And just to follow up on Pete's point, these proposed reforms arose from a series of questions, obviously. How do we ensure safe drinking water? How do we handle situation where certain areas of the country are well behind in their Three Waters infrastructure? How do we handle the increased costs of higher standards of water standards? How do we handle the changing effects and the increased costs of climate change and increasing frequency and intensive storm events? So it's all very well to object to Three Waters, which is fine. It just means those questions remain. So they still have to be addressed somehow. And I think that's just an important thing to remember, not to focus just on stopping something, it's enter into this discussion and find solutions.
Thanks, Councillor Stella. Councillor Rollo.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Nick, and I'll try not to get too passionate, but I may just do that. Look, I think in the last couple of weeks we've seen a new Prime Minister who's clearly outlined that what government were trying to do, they may not have sold the picture so well, and I'm sure there's going to be a whole lot more water that goes under the pipe or through the pipe before we actually have an outcome, minus the pump. It's crazy to think that something like this has almost become a national protest. You travel down the road now and the first thing you find is a sign saying stop Free Waters. Now, most people who've got a sign on their fence probably don't know what it actually means. I, for one, have a fair idea. Yes, reform is required, and I believe a Nelson Tasman model should be looked at and looked at soon. We need to go to government and tell them what we think. It's clear that previous councils may not have given the right submissions to government that are inconsistent with what the public would like. Our job is to move forward with a clear idea. It is election year and all political parties will tell us what they want to do. But if we want to be a smart council, we need to have an open perspective of what we can actually do for our community. And that's why I would like to support a report being put forward for a Nelson Tasman water identity.
Thanks, Campbell Rollo. I have deliberately allowed a pretty fulsome debate on this, and I do so for two reasons. Firstly, this is a hugely important issue. And secondly, sometimes when government's doing stuff, I'm sorry, the die is so heavily cast that the ability to influence it's pretty small. My view is that actually our timing today could not be more apt, in the sense that you have a new Prime Minister who has quite openly said that the government is prepared to rethink Three Waters. And so I welcome all your contributions. The first thing I'd say, and I feel very strongly about this, and this does reinforce the challenge that Councillor Rainey made, and that is there is a massive challenge for this community and this country as to how we manage stormwater and the sort of weather event that we had last August. But I feel with every bone in my body that the artificial separation of the different parts of our stormwater system is a recipe for disaster. If there's anything we should learn in the management of water is that you have to take a catchment-based approach. And when you've got parts of the system, whether it be the river, whether it be the drain, or whether it be the pipe, and you have different people running different parts of that network, you are setting a system up to fail. And I would take the view, Pete, that in respect of the events of Auckland and the effects that had on Nelson last August, reinforce the flaws, not the benefits in Three Waters. The second issue is from a straight asset point of view. I agree with Councillor Courtney, and that is it is fundamentally wrong for an asset worth $750 million to this community to be taken off us with little and insulting levels of compensation. I asked Council to reflect on the controversial reforms in the 1990s around the electricity infrastructure. At least in that instance, the Nelson City ratepayer received full commercial value for the electricity assets that were owned at that time. And I truly find it offensive that a government would take $750 million off a public entity such as our council, provide us with a few $1 million and then describe that as being better off, that in my view is an insult to the intelligence of us as elected representatives and trustees for our community. There are three particular issues in this latest bill that I do want to put on public record serious concern. There has been the debate about the issue of the very substantive 8,800 hectares of reserves in the Roding and in the Maitai. The bill that we are submitting on gives the government the power to take those reserves off us with no public consultation and no right of appeal. Now, the government's PR spokespeople can say, well, that's not our intention. I must judge the government on what's in its law, what's in its bill, not what some spokesperson says. And that is, there should be public consultation, and this council must have legal rights to challenge what reserves may be taken off us as part of the reform. I also want to highlight, and it is fundamental to the way in which our constitution and system of government works, and that is, you cannot tax without representation. That is fundamental to our parliament. It is fundamental to this council. And when this new bill creates the power for an unelected entity to be able to impose a rate on the community without being the power to then be able to elect or unelect those people, is a flaw in a basic principle that goes back to the Bill of Rights, or if you're an American historian, the Tea Party revolt that occurred in Boston and led to the establishment of the United States Constitution. So if you get a sense in my comments that I feel a little bit strongly about it, I do. And I want our submission and I want our council engaged to try and get a solution to this issue that serves the Nelson community far more effectively. I think everybody who wished to speak, Tim.
If I should write a reply, I'll be very brief. I won't go into discussion about Three Waters. People wouldn't know my position on that. But I just remind us as councillors, it is obviously as great as individuals or representatives to think of the global decisions of benefit globally, decisions that we make for the well-being of New Zealand or nationwide. But when we sign that oath, as it puts on there, we are to make decisions that we believe are of the greater benefit for the greater community of Nelson City, not of Wellington, Auckland or New Zealand or the globe, but for Nelson City. And I think this letter, which I've already pointed out support, does that exactly, and it's what reflects the greater view of Nelson City and the benefit of Nelson City. For the view of Nelson nationwide, globally, that's for another organisation or individual to debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Skinner. That wraps up the date. I'll put the resolutions 1, 2 and 3 moved by Councillor Skinner, seconded by Councillor Brand. All those in, can I just be clear? We have included the amendments from Councillor Stallard. They are included and have been tabled. So the resolution you're treating is including the amendments from Councillor Stallard. Councillor Benj.
The first amendment of yours, which is somewhere further up there. Was you amended it to say the views of the council. Surely, if we're going to go into that sort of detail, it should be the views of our community. And since Councillor Pakipaki has spoken, it should be the views of the local iwi as well. Because isn't that who we're representing? If we're going to go into that level of detail.
My guidance, Councillor Benj, would be this is a submission to the Select Committee. Residents have an open right to submit. Iwi have an open right to submit. It is absolutely right and proper that we make a submission of council and who we are. I'm happy for us to add an addition, and there is an amendment already in the resolution that allows some refinement, to point out the results of the survey that occurred last year on behalf of residents. So I'd be happy to include that. I'd be hesitant to be sumptuous about the iwi's position. I'd much prefer that that was expressed by them because of the risk of a miscommunication. My engagement with iwi locally is there are parts of the reform they support and parts that they oppose, and I'd be hesitant of us trying to navigate and speak for them.
Okay, can I quickly add also through the chair back to Mr. Bench? They're providing their own letters, and their own responses to this.
Can
Thank you.
Can I just take on and to try and pick up Councillor Benja's point of view? There is in bullet point 3, the opportunity for the Mayor and Chief Executive delegated to approve minor editorial amendments to the council submission. Subject to councillors being comfortable, I'd just like to have the authority with the Chief Executive to take on Councillor Benja's point and include a sentence that reflects as accurately as possible the submissions that we received last year on Three Waters from residents. Are people happy to give myself and the Chief Executive that editorial independent right based on Councillor Benja's request?
As the seconder of the motion put forward, I'm happy for the results of that Three Water submissions from our community last year to come forward.
Okay. So everybody's comfortable with that. Myself and the Chief Executive are going to use that clause 3 to make a tweak to satisfy the concern that Councillor Benj has raised with respect to residents, not iwi. All right, I'm now going to put the resolution.
So I've asked for a division.
My understanding is that that may not be needed because my understanding is that with the amendments that have been agreed, everybody's agreed. But let's give it a try.
Sorry, I'm not talking about the division on the amendments. We've got here the recommendation as a whole, that we are supporting your letter from the majority group opposing Three Waters. I'm just asking for a division on this vote. We've just had debate. We're about to vote. I'm requesting a division.
Can I just ask for clarification, Councillor Skinner? Is the division on the amendment or is the division on the substantive resolution?
It's not on the amendment.
Right.
Supportive of the amendment that's been added. It's a division on the recommendation as a whole. This is what we've just been debating.
Can I handle this way as the chair? Firstly, I don't think there is any disagreement that I can detect to the amendment that's been suggested by Councillor Stallard. Councillor Stallard, can I have you formally move the amendment to the wording that you put forward? I'd like you to formally move the amendment to the wording that you put forward.
Sure, thanks, Nick. Yes, I'd like to move the amendment that I proposed.
And can I have a seconder? I've got a seconder from Councillor Sanson. Can I just quickly put the resolution because we have debated it? This is the acceptance of the amendment put forward by Councillor Stallard. Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. So the amendment has now been adopted. We're now going to vote on the substantive submission and resolution, including the amendments that have been made by Councillor Stallard. I'll put it on the voices. Those in favour, please say
aye. Asking for a division on the substantive.
I understand the normal procedure is I put the vote by voice. After that, any member can ask for a division, but I first put it by voice.
Due respect, I'll challenge it and I'll ask.
I just get advice from
the division is asked. The division
modus operandi was put it to the voices, and then after you've done the voices, a person can call for a division. At any time, I stand corrected by Councillor Skinner. I'm used to parliamentary procedures. We always have a voice vote. Okay, so I'm required to put it as a division on the request of Councillor Skinner. Tim. So I'll now ask the council staff to conduct a vote on resolutions 1, 2 and 3, which I wish to take as one resolution.
So I'll call council. I'll go through councillors and ask you to vote alphabetically, please. Councillor Anderson, for or against the resolution?
For.
Councillor Benj, for or against the resolution?
For.
Councillor Brand, for or against the resolution?
For.
Councillor Courtney, for or against the resolution?
For.
Councillor Hudson, for or against the resolution?
For.
Deputy Mayor, for or against the resolution? Absent. Councillor Pakipaki, for or against the resolution?
Just a quick point of order. I know people were watching the vote. The reason the Deputy Mayor is not present is that there is a local government New Zealand forum of which there is electing some members. And so I just wanted noted so anybody's watching realising that the Deputy Mayor is attending to duties on behalf of the Council of Local Government New Zealand. Apologies, Mr. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Councillor Pakipaki, for or against the resolution? Councillor Rainey. Councillor Rollo. Councillor Sanson.
For.
Councillor Skinner.
For.
Councillor Stallard.
For.
Mayor Smith.
For.
Resolution is carried unanimously.
We now come to the next item on the agenda. It is item 13, the review into the future of local government and the submission again. Now, I just wish to give note, welcome before the committee and thank you for your work on this. The notice I wanted to give on this is you'll note in the submission that I would prefer not to have a division, but rather to enable councillors to express their view around several of the issues that we noted last year. There was a range of views on. That was around the issue of the first past the post versus STV, around the issue of the voting age. And so what I'd like to do, if councillors are comfortable with this, is to work on the submission, have the discussion, and at the very end, just ask for a show of hands so that the numbers, where it says in the report X number of councillors support A or B, that at that point, just based on the show of hands, I can make the numbers accurate in the record. Are people comfortable with that approach to the way in which we formulate the submission? Councillor Sanson.
I imagine that the Deputy Mayor may wish to have his position on some of those matters counted as well. So I'm just wondering, because he's not here, is there a way for him to be?
When Councillor Deputy Mayor returns, I would personally like to give him the discretion to be able to exercise a public record of his views, including on the previous one. But let's have a discussion with the Deputy Mayor when he returns. That would be certainly my view. So I'll hand over to officers. Thank you for the work that you've done on our submission. Thanks for the team that on the task force that have worked our way through it. We'll leave it for you to do the introduction, Louis. And like again, I'd like to work the format, questions, then debate, and then I'm just going to do that show of hands at the end to enable us to finalise the submission.
Through the chair, thank you. As a brief introduction, staff are seeking approval on the draft submission on the review into the future for local government draft report, He Mata Whaariki, He Mata Whanui. The submission does not attempt to cover the content of the 250-page plus report, the 29 recommendations and the numerous questions. So the submission is structured around the 5 key shifts that have been identified by the panel to make the necessary changes for a future local government to meet the challenges ahead. And the draft submission focuses on the key aspects that have been identified from elected member workshop feedback and from the local government reform task force. As Mayor Nick has already noted, we have included in the draft submission that flexibility to record preferences. Otherwise, happy to take questions.
Okay. No questions? You're being very helpful because we are tight for time. Councillor Sanson.
More of a comment, really. I just want to say thanks to the staff through the Mayor for all the work on this. It's a massive body of reform also, but really important. And I also really appreciate your flexibility in incorporating the opportunity for different elected member views on some of the key matters to be recorded. So thanks for that. And I'm looking forward to recording my views.
Thank you. That being the case, let's move into the broader discussion. Happy for you to stay there because I think we can move this through reasonably quickly. Can I just make a comment? We had a discussion at the task force about the views on civics education. Can I read you the wording that's in the submission at the moment? X number of elected members are in, sorry, council elected members have different views on merits of civics in schools. X number are in favour of civics in schools and X number are not in favour. Can I just test? I'm a really strong supporter of civics in schools. I'm not really aware of any councillors that are opposed of that improvement. It would be better if the submission said that we collectively were in favour of civics in schools in response to the proposals that are in the local government reform package. Can I just test whether there are any councillors that have an alternative point of view on that? If that's the case, can I then use the editorial discretion to rewrite that provision to say that the council supports civics in schools, but without the wording suggesting there are some councillors that do not? The second issue I wish to raise was with respect to the issue of the term of Parliament. Again, if there are strongly held views, I want to see those expressed. What I detected at the task force was a consensus that whatever the term is, whether it be 3 or 4 years, it should be the same for councils and parliamentary elections. And the reason I hold that view is if you start getting council elections and parliamentary elections holding at the same time, it ends up in a bugger's muddle. If you've got one operating on a 3-year term and one on a 4-year term, it's inevitable that you get into that cycle. And I think that is destructive to the relationship between local government and central government. And I also think it's confusing for the public. Can I just check, is there anybody that holds a view that council should not submit along those lines? That is, with the terms 3 or 4, please make them the same. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Brand.
Just clarifying, did I just hear you say the wording, take the wording out completely or change the wording so that it's reflective of the central government election periods?
I was just going to check the opinions, and to try and be reflective of the council, I was then going to come with some alternative wording. But I just wanted to check the views of Councillor first, Councillor Brand.
Okay, so for myself, I would like my view to be that it aligns to the central government election period, although a preference would be they all move to 4 years.
Okay, how would people feel? Can I just test some wording? Council is unanimous in its view that the term for council and parliamentary elections should be aligned whether it's 3 or 4 years. We also believe that any change in the term should be decided by public referendum. Would there be any councillor that would be uncomfortable with that wording in the submission? Now, there'll be a separate bit where you can express your view, but there are 2 things that we're saying actually that we agree on as a council. Councillor Skinner.
So it's not being uncomfortable, but I favour viewing possibly changing the length of local government, but I don't think that should be restricted to having to align with central. So, for example, as you say, on a certain year, both may appear on the same year, but they may not be on the same month, so forth. So I wouldn't want us to be bound by not changing it because central hasn't changed. So everybody's independent.
So I just want to test. So let me read you the exact words and see whether you feel comfortable with it or whether I need to give a...
Can you just quickly read that last?
Council is unanimous in its view that the term for council and parliamentary elections should be aligned whether it is 3 or 4 years. It's not saying the same month. What it is saying is that if you're going to have 3-year terms for council, you must have them for parliament or vice versa. We can't have one on 4 and one on 3.
So
or something different.
On that point, I don't disagree with that, but I don't want it to shape our decision
on the 3 or 4.
3 or 4. So we go ahead 3 for what we think is right for our representation, regardless.
Maybe I read all the wording and see if I can get everybody comfortable. Council is unanimous in its view that the term for council and parliamentary elections should be aligned whether it be 3 or 4 years. We also believe that any change of the length of term should be determined by public referendum. Councillors, when asked, favoured 3-year term to 4-year term by this number. And I'm just going to ask you for a show of hands of that. Okay. That was my intention, to try and find a way through. Are people comfortable with that formulation of words? Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I think when we had a previous discussion, the Deputy Mayor was here, he mentioned other complexities around a possible change. So perhaps the wording would say, because it's a proposal of the reforms to look at this, the length of the term, we will give an opinion. But we say we're well aware of complexities around that decision can't be made in isolation, such as the alignment or non-alignment of central and local government and other things that are tied to a 3-year cycle that it may have complications that arise from it. So perhaps the wording should be, we are aware of these other complications, but for the purposes of the submission, here's our preference, 3 versus 4 years.
Councillor Puck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine is a question. Would it be in benefit to us, because we've got all of these problems associated with changing the times and terms around to make it fit? Because we're struggling at the moment with our no, we're not struggling. We're working our way through our annual plans and our long-term plans. Would it be of benefit to us to have our local councils established after the central government is actually put in office, so that then we don't have to do the crystal ball gazing when we're in our first term to try and figure out what's going to happen with a lot of things like this 3 water. We don't know what's going. A change of government could put a heck of a lot of our work just for nothing.
Yeah, no, I'm open-minded about that. If you were to keep with the 3-year cycle and you accepted the principle you don't want the elections at the same time, Councillor Pakipaki, in my view, is correct. And that is the best thing to do would be to have the cycle so that you have the parliamentary elections 1 year later, the council elections, and then a 2-year gap. That makes sense. And I'd be happy for us to include in the submission that exact comment, if I fairly interpreted what you've said, Councillor Pakipaki.
Yeah, kia ora. It just seems back to front to me, because it's the cart leading a horse. We really need to know what our central government's doing.
I
with a lot of
suggest,
things.
see if the wording is comfortable. In the event that the 3-year term is continued with, this council believes there's an advantage in the council elections following the parliamentary elections by 1 year rather than by 2, given the significance for our annual and long-term planning processes. Why do you always make it so hard, Councillor Rading, by asking the real questions? I'll get the deputy mayor to come and sort you out. Yeah. Councillor Smith.
I'd just take out the word unanimous. I don't think there's any advantage of saying unanimous. You say this is their preferred view of council, and I mean, if I'm an outlier in a view, I'm quite comfortable in supporting what's going out, and
sure.
and that's a fairly broad, keep it broad. Just we don't have to be unanimous. It's not a caucus.
Yeah, no, it's not a caucus. But here's the key question, Tim. And if it is, I totally want to accommodate your opinion.
Do you what you got there?
Yeah. Do you disagree with the statement? Council is of the view that the council and parliamentary elections should be aligned, whether it be 3 or 4 years.
I support that. You don't have to have a word unanimous.
So I can use the language unanimous there, because I'm not detecting anybody else that disagrees with that.
I was saying don't use the word unanimous, but I'm not going to dive ditch over that. No.
Well, it simply is. And I do say that where council does have a unanimous position and you're making a submission, that does make it quite strong. That we are all agreed. I want to include the point that Councillor Pakipaki made, and I'm going to pass a hospital pass to officials to address Pete's issue as to how you word that and answer that question. Can I just bring the Deputy Mayor up to speed? We did have a division on the 3 waters submission. Council unanimously accepted Councillor Stallard's amendments. Because we had a division, I would like you to give the opportunity, particularly as you're doing our work on the LGNZ, to record a vote if you wish.
Yes, I was watching along. I was very tempted to sprint into the room, but I was in the middle of talking, and I thought it might be a bit inappropriate.
Can I seek leave? And if I'm doing the wrong thing, this is what we do in Parliament. Can I seek leave for the Deputy Mayor to have his vote recorded on the Council's 3 waters submission? Is there any objection to that? And so that is simply allowing you to express the officials to record in the minutes your view on that submission. To bring you up to speed with this discussion, what I've indicated is that we're having a discussion on the substantive submission and making any amendments. And at the end of that, I'm just going to ask people through a show of hands, not on the submission, but to enable our officials to be able to indicate the numbers around a few of the sensitive issues. Councillor Brand.
Just on that, Mayor Nick, does that fit in with the actual process in standing orders and our whole thing around how votes and things are recorded in our meetings with people present and absent and stuff like that? I'm just feeling that we may be skipping along the edges of what is and isn't allowed?
It's a very fair question. And look, I am not as familiar as you have found out with the standing orders of council as I am with Parliament. Sometimes I'm assuming they're aligned. Can I just check with the Chief Executive, is there a possible format such as I have used to allow Councillor Rohan Stevens' vote on the 3 water submissions to be included?
In short, Mayor Nick, no, but what I suggested to Rob in the minutes might say is that the Deputy Mayor indicated had he been here for the vote, he would have exercised it in favour of the motion.
The Chief Executive has got me out of a hole. Thanks for Councillor Brand. When we come to do the standing orders, I wouldn't mind actually seeing some change in that regard, because we all have circumstances when we are not present, and sometimes it is important to be recorded. So I think that's we're going to take the Chief Executive's view, and Rohan will be on the record in that way.
Sorry, Mayor Nick, I don't think that there is a way around it. Every vote before council has to be an open vote, and you can't have an open vote if you're not here. So it is problematic.
I'm interested in council having the same discretion that Parliament has, and that's more generally, if it is by leave and by unanimously, to be able to alter the standing orders. But I'll get a lesson on that from experts in local government.
It's in the Local Government Act. As opposed to standing orders.
Who were the sods that wrote that? All right, I probably voted for the damn provisions and that got me tied up. Never mind. I think let's try and make progress further. Are there any other general comments about the submission before I try and get clarity around some of the points where we just need to provide our council officials with numbers? Okay, can we just go through those? On page 130, there is X number of elected members are in favour of first past the post, and X numbers of councillors or elected members in favour of single transferable vote. Who would like to have it recorded that they favour first past the post? Put your hand up, just for counting of numbers. 2, 1, 2. Yeah, shoot. Yeah, no.
I'm sort of conflicted on this a little bit. One, because for myself personally, the STV would be more inclusive and fairer. However, the feedback from the community and the conversations that I have with the community was that they prefer the first past the post. Now, my position sitting here is to represent those people. So with you asking us, how would we view, are you asking for the councillor as an individual opinion, or are you asking us to represent the community's voice that they've made quite clear?
The bad news for you, Councillor Brand, is when you sit at this council table, you're there to represent the community. What you might say in your private lounge room or elsewhere about your view, or how you may conduct a vote if there's a referendum, is entirely your private business. But you have to accept the responsibility that here you are to represent the community that we're elected to.
Okay, so I'm clear on that. What I'm not clear on is your wording in here, because it says the number of elected members. I just felt that that is actually asking for our personal opinion and not for the community's view that we're representing.
We are quite open, and you could just simply say a majority minority view. When we discussed it, when this issue first came up, we felt it was easier just to have people express their view with a show of hands, but there was a view of a different way of handling. I'm actually quite open-minded. Would people prefer to proceed on the basis of just asking for a show of hands and recording those numbers, including there'll be the opportunity to abstain if you wish? Councillor Pakipaki.
Good, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment. I think that's it's really quite critical for us to consider that in this point, it's a brand new system that's been brought in. I studied political science, political consultation at university. So this was one of my things where I focused on this. And quite often our population will reject something that they don't know or don't understand. My mum said to me, don't like this new thing, doesn't work. I want to go back to what we used to have. I said to her that what this does is it allows people who haven't had that voice in our community, that voice. It's a way of distributing a proportional representation, and it allows also us with our second vote to have another little bit further say on who else that we want to represent us. It's important for Māori, it's important for the Māori community, it's important for minorities, and it allows that proportional representation that we don't get through first past the post, because it's great for majorities, and we know what majorities when they rule the world. It's not always a good thing for those who aren't in the majority. So despite the fact that the population at the moment possibly don't want to or don't accept it, maybe more closely related to, it's quite complicated and we need to get used to it.
I have different views, and I was trying to avoid getting into pros and cons on STV versus first past the post 18 versus 16, because I worry if we go down that track, it will be a very long afternoon. I would rather that. Sorry.
We're here now, Mr. Mayor, and the thing is, if we're going to start putting our sort of votes and record what our
no, I understand that, and I'm happy to be guided by how council would like me to handle this. Like I say, the reasons that, and I have a very strong view, not about first past the post versus STV. What I have a very strong view about is that the voting system belongs to the electors, not those of us that are elected. I'm sorry, there are some issues at which we have a conflict of interest, and that if there is to be a change, either at parliamentary level or at council level, my view is that decision should be made by the voters, because, I'm sorry, we have a vested interest on this issue. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Don't apologise for saying that, because that is the view, I believe, of a large number, in fact, the majority of Nelsonians. They would have liked to have input into this. They would have liked even to have some warning, some prior warning. It came across them so quickly, swiftly. And no, you're totally in step with this. You don't have to apologise at all, because that is the view of the majority of Nelsonians. They think they should have had a say on this. It's their vote, not ours, to decide where they'll put it and how they'll put it. It's their vote. And they feel very strongly that they should have had some input.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. Councillor Sansom.
Thank you, through the Mayor. I will recall last term that we actually undertook engagement with the community. I believe that there was maybe quite a robust process around changing this, including going in front of the maybe independent commissioners of the Electoral Commission. So I feel like there has been a robust process, and I'm comfortable with what you've proposed, that either you indicate there was a majority either way or you record numbers, and I just encourage us to kind of keep moving forwards on these matters. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Councillor Stallard, then Councillor Bench.
Thank you, Mayor. Just briefly to follow up on Councillor Brand's question about whether it's our personal opinion or representing the community. I guess it's a bit of both, but I do note the results of the polling are in the document at the relevant places. So the community view is there. And I guess it's up to each of us in this instance to decide on our view based on the community's values and our own and so on. If we were just voting as representatives following the majority view, there wouldn't be any need to ask for our opinions because it's already there in the polling, and we would be all popularists. So I think in answer, I hope you feel your question has been answered. For me, we don't have to follow the polling, but we can take it into account.
I totally agree with Councillor Stallard's position on that, is that if you are a student of politics, you may want to read Edmund Burke, who actually provided some very cogent advice of your first obligation as elected representatives to always do what you think is right. You should take into account polling, you should take into account public opinions, but you should always do what you think is right. But each of us make our own individual decisions about that. Councillor Bench.
Thank you. Aaron has covered part of what I was going to say. I was going to say, why did we do the poll then? Because my personal opinion is that we should follow what the poll gave us. And I'm saying that from someone who is probably only sitting here because of STV.
The interesting thing is, for all the academic argument that there is between STV and FPP, the impact on our own most recent elections would have been very little in terms of the outcome of who would be sitting around the table. Anyway, so I'm just going to ask again just on the issues of both the STV and the issue of the voting age, is just have a show of hands and have recorded in the minutes as to people go. It might be easier. I know this is a little bit informal. Is just to go around the table and I'm happy to start. I favour FPP and I favour retention of the age at 16. And then just ask the staff to record it. 18. First room, you got me. My suggestion is we just go around the table, indicate our views, and leave our officials to then amend the submission to actually reflect those preferences. So I'm going to suggest we just do that on a round table basis, and that is starting with myself. And like I say, FPP and 18. Rohan?
STV and 16.
FPP and 20, sorry, 18.
STV and 18.
STV and 18.
STV and 16.
STV and 16.
STV and 16.
STV and 16.
STV and 18.
First past the post and 18.
STV and 18.
STV and 16, excluding myself.
Can I just?
I think.
Just excuse me for
I think that gives sufficient information for the submission to be finalised on the lines of those that's been recorded. I think that Councillor Sanson, do you have any?
Just if elected members don't use the microphone, then I don't think it comes across on the video. So.
Correct. Good reminder. In fact, I was passed out by staff. Just a reminder, just hit your button and get your red light going so that those that are listening to the deliberations can hear. So thank you for that reminder. Can I conclude that councillors are comfortable with the submission? We've got that issue clarified and that will enable the submission to be finalised. Did I have a mover and a seconder for the submission? Could I please have a mover and a seconder of resolutions 1, 2 and 3 under item 13, moved by councillor, did I see you had first time? Moved by councillor Skinner, seconded by councillor Sanson. Sorry, did you have a signal from councillor? Sorry?
A question? Is that?
Yeah, absolutely, sure.
Were we going to get an indication of views on the 3 versus 4 year term, or was that covered?
Oh, sorry. No, you're right to pull me up. So what we've amended the submission on the civics that were all collected, so we're going to change that piece. On the position on the 3 and 4 year terms, we're going to have the bit that they should be the same. We're going to have the bit that said it should be determined by a public referendum. Would members also like to indicate preference for 3 and 4 year terms? I think would be useful. Aaron's correctly picked me up. Can I just whip around the room, just do the same trick? I'm for.
I've already got some wording in around constitutional, but we're sitting in there, it's already sitting in there. But I'll abstain as a result of, we discussed at the task force, I think it is so dependent on the constitutional workings of Parliament, not local government, where we have already quite major restrictions. And I know that wording to that effect is already in there.
Taking on the Deputy Mayor's view, I'm a little bit in his camp that just a simple 3 or 4 is more complicated than that. My personal view is I do not want to be on the public record supporting 4 unless it is by referendum, for the views that I've previously expressed. So how strongly do councillors feel that you want to do a round the table indication of 3 or 4? None? Good, relaxed. So what we're going to say, can we just simply say there are a range of views around whether the term should be 3 or 4 without being numeric, and then going on and including the bits that we've said about the constitutional and the alignment. Okay. Councillor Bench.
There's a clear preference for 3 years by our...
Correct. And that is noted in the submission. So remember, on all of the results of the poll, and I think they're quite powerful, is that we are honestly and diligently reporting exactly the results to the public with the information and how that's been acquired. And that is in the submission. All right. Lunch has arrived. I'd like to conclude this matter. The resolutions 1, 2 and 3, item 13 have been moved by Tim. They've been seconded by Rachel. Unless there's further discussion, I'd like to put it. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, that is carried. We will adjourn for lunch. We shall return at.
We need to go to committee before we adjourn, just to stop the live stream. So.
My understanding, can I just check? When we return at 1:30, my intention is to do in open session, item 14 and 15 of the public agenda, and then to go into committee. So just so that councillors and those that are listening are aware, we're going to go into committee now. And because we have commitments to people, we're going to defer the consideration of 14 and 15 to later in the agenda, just to be fair to members of the public that are scheduled. So look, I'm very happy to receive the motion from Tim to move into committee when we resume at 1:30. Second from Councillor Brand. Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. Carried. We are adjourned for lunch.